continues in the Caribbean. The West Indies' hopes of a big first innings total were dented early on day 2 of the first test against Bangladesh as Hassan Mahmood's double strike reduced the host to 261 for 7. But cometh the hour, cometh the man, and Justin Graves on his recall to the test side produced an innings of grit, determination, and no shortage of class to notch a delightful maiden century. His 140-run stand with Kemar Roach guided the host to comfortable waters before the declaration came at 450 for 9. The Seamers then prized out both Bangladesh openers before the close to consolidate the host's position of strength. And we will find out on day 3 whether the West Indies can consolidate their position in this first test between the West Indies and Bangladesh from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. As we say, a warm welcome for you with good weather conditions once again. We are so happy to have the pleasure of your company as we continue into the middle day, moving day sometimes they call it, in this test match. Bangladesh won the toss, of course, and put the West Indies into bat. The West Indies managed to just ride some rough waters to negotiate their way to 450 for 9. The underlying factor of that score was Graves' 115 not out, his maiden test match 100, and then Bangladesh reduced to 40 for 2 with wickets for Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals. And as we say welcome once again to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it's a great pleasure to introduce Atar Ali Khan, the former Bangladeshi batsman, and of course a man who needs no introduction really, the former West Indies captain and fast bowler, Courtney Walsh. Thank you so much for joining us. Courtney, let's get straight into another man who is making his way and waves in this form of the game, Justin Graves, and his maiden test match 100. Your thoughts, having had all night to go over it again?
I thought it was just a wonderful innings. The way he composed it is sort of relaxed, backed himself, backed him skill, showed a lot of discipline. I'm just so happy for him because I know how badly he wanted it, but the temperament that he showed, I mean, can't fault it. It was the exact type of innings that the West Indies team needed. He kept in the lower half of the batting the way he went about it. But then the trust he put in his partners, he had good confidence in Kemar Roach, but the way it didn't fluster him, didn't sort of try to go over the top, didn't do anything out of the norm. It was a well-controlled innings.
There were times yesterday, and particularly yesterday morning early, when Bangladesh took a couple of wickets, but again, your thoughts on that Justin Graves, and particularly, as Courtney said, that partnership of 140 with Kemar.
I mean, beautiful. I mean, I hope the youngsters would have had a closer look at what he did, what the team needed him to do in that particular situation. Cool, calm, collected, no rush at all. Remember, just picking up 4 boundaries, and he was willing to grind it out. I think that's the right frame of mind, because the modern day and age, it's all about boundaries. It's not all about boundaries anymore. You can still pick up a test match 100 by batting the way he did. It's a wonderful display of temperament, like Courtney was just mentioned. If you have that frame of mind, willing to spend time, bad time, you can score runs. Beautiful to watch and lovely to see. Hopefully, players from Bangladesh will learn a few things from that.
Yes, I'm sure they paid great attention. Well, it's time to get some more insight on Justin Graves and other aspects of the West Indies performance. A little bit earlier, Nikhil Uttamchandani caught up with the West Indies batting coach, Jimmy Adams.
Jimmy Adams, batting coach. Jimmy, reflect on the 450 and that batting performance.
Well, pretty happy for the way the lads went about it. The wicket was a little bit tacky, a bit slow on the first day, a little bit of moisture with the rain that we'd had prior to the game, and I think they batted sensibly first 2 sessions on day 1, and just really good consolidation at the back end of day 1, and coming into day 2, they just went on and gave us the sort of platform that we wanted going into the first test match. a bit disappointed for the two young lads who got to 90s and didn't carry on. And very, very happy for Justin, who managed to convert his first Test 100. Just pleased for the batting unit generally overall.
And Jimmy, in your career, you had 6 Test 100s, 25 first-class 100s. What needs to happen mentally for West Indian batters to go on and get much bigger scores in Test cricket?
Well, I think a little bit of it is experience. I think if you look at Mikhail has a couple of years of first-class experience behind him, so they haven't had many experiences of, you know, being in your 90s in a Test match. Young Anthony is still finding his feet. So I reckon I back them. I think with a bit more experience coming into those situations, again, we might see better decisions and better outcomes, the big scores that we are looking for.
And just on Ali Athanaze, can you give us some insight? We saw him batting at number 5 and Hodge going up to 4. What was the reasoning and thinking behind that decision?
Well, I think part of it was dialogue with him himself. I think he appreciates what Hodge brings to the middle order, and he said he was very comfortable going behind Hodge, and Hodge was happy. I think Hodge looks at the game through a different perspective than an Athanaze. Athanaze is a lot more attacking and wants the freedom to do that. And Hodge is quite happy to lay that foundation for him and others, the more attacking players. So a bit tactical, but also it was done in consultation with both batsmen. It worked, and I'm happy it did.
Right. Thank you very much for your honesty, and we love the beard as well.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
Well, it is getting close to Christmas after all, so everyone's doing their Saint Nick impression there, not least Jimmy Adams. Right, we've heard from Jimmy about batting. Let's find out a little bit more about conditions now. We'll get out to the middle, where a little bit earlier Sir Curtly Ambrose was with Samuel Battery.
We continue to be thankful for the weather that we've experienced here in Antigua. It's a sunny Sunday morning, not much in terms of interruptions so far. Moving day 3 in the first test. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me, looking quite resplendent in his pink. Sir Curtly, what we've seen in terms of trends in the first 2 days, early wickets in the first session, can we continue to see that today?
It's very possible. I believe that will be in the minds of the fast bowlers, knowing that a couple of wickets fall very early in the morning session. So that's something to bear in mind. Will the trend continue? Very possible.
Talking about the fast bowler, we've seen that this pitch has become quite placid now. What can the West Indian fast bowlers do then, given the way this pitch is looking and playing, to extract some Bangladesh wickets?
It's going to be very important they come out attacking, because this first session is going to be crucial. As we get a closer look at the surface, you can see quite a few ball marks around. 1 or 2 slight cracks, but nothing to be alarmed about. It's still very hard. Look at those marks. No indentation whatsoever, which tells us it's still very, very placid. Very good for batting, not much assistance for the bowlers.
A dominating day 2 for the West Indies. Can they continue to dominate on day 3? This one will be quite intriguing.
Thank you to Samuel and Sir Curtly. Courtney, 40 for 2. West Indies did manage to prize out a couple of wickets yesterday. How important and significant was that?
Very, very important and significant, because the wicket is going to get easier, or proposed to get easier as the day goes on. But that extra bounce and pace from Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals, when they came on the ball, you could see the difference. That one just bouncing a little bit, getting the inside edge. The pace he has and the movements he was getting was excellent. But I also thought that the length that the ball was pretty good. They were pretty consistent in the areas. And as you can see from Alzari, they're just shaping out, and that's all they need. A good catch being taken, and you're going to need more of that to happen. And West Indies will be hoping that the first hour play today, they can get a couple more wickets.
What the West Indies will be needing more of is catching efficiency, because Mamadul Hassan Joy was dropped on 5. How significant is it especially in conditions which are easing, that your catching efficiency is high?
Catches win matches. And if you hold on to the catches, you put a little bit more pressure to the opposition. And especially when you see the pitch is getting better for batting. Because I just feel that it might just get a little bit better for batting. And if it does, then it's so important that you have the right fielders in the right position. And if it comes your way, you've got to grab it. Because if you don't, the the player who gets that opportunity might just hurt you and might come back with a really big inning. So very, very important to take those catches if it comes your way.
Yeah, all teams work very hard and assiduously on that. So if conditions do ease, someone like former captain Mominul ul Haq, who for so long averaged over 50, then it started going down. His away average in the West Indies is only 14.
Yeah, and remember, he's the leading player in terms of scoring hundreds for Bangladesh in Test cricket. 13 out of those 13. Twice he's done that overseas, much recently against India, and also he's got a very well-made 82. So he's one among the form, but he will need to be just a little bit more calmer, just looking at someone like Justin Grace, because he's very strong on the offside where when he plays those shots, it does go in a bit of air. So hopefully he sticks around.
Thank you to Courtney. Thank you very much to Atta. So much more coming up on what we hope will be a moving day. Certainly the West Indies and Kemar Roach will be hoping it's moving day. That fast bowling group, including Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, and Jaden Seals, will be hoping to get into it. Short break, and when we come back, we'll be closer to the start of play.
Welcome to the West Indies. Bangladesh returning here for 6th time in the history of Test cricket. It is day 3 of the first Test, and we are live. The home of many legends of Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh currently trailing by 410 runs. It was a period of 20 overs yesterday evening where the West Indian seamers sustained pressure, taking the two openers. So at the moment, Shahadat Hossain, Mominul Haq, forming a partnership, just spending 54 deliveries at the crease. And Mominul will be pleased with the way he weathered the storm yesterday, the ball swinging in the evening, and the West Indians bowling high pace. Big day for him, an opportunity with day 3 and what's at stake. And Shahadat Hossain, very young in his Test match journey, recalled in this series where the injuries and absences to Mushfiqur Rahim and former captain Najmus Shanto. So chance for him. And Alzari Joseph starting proceedings from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he bowled 5 overs yesterday, just conceded the 2 runs and picked up the wicket of Mamadou Hassan Joy. Day 3, they say, is the moving day in a Test series and Test match. Here we go. Joseph starting from the Security Ambrose end. The man himself overseeing from his end. Good day to you.
Good morning, Nickel. Hello, everyone. Splendid day here at the Sir Vivica Stadium in beautiful Antigua. Once again, it's extremely hot as West Indies and Bangladesh continues to do battle. Well bowled, right in a good area. And that is going to be very, very important for the bowlers. Hit the right areas. There's still a little bit of sea movement. And as we have seen the last 2 days, Nickel, wickets tend to fall in this morning session. Can that trend continues?
Attacking field. 4 slips, a catching point, and a short leg. First 3 balls so far have been the scramble scene that go across Mominal, but naturally Joseph will shape the ball in with the seam up delivery. Nice control of length like we saw yesterday, Security, and important for Bangladesh as well to get through. Battling the tougher periods, especially away from home last 2 or 3 years, has been a big challenge for their top order. For someone like Mominal with so much inexperience around him, so pivotal that he is able to occupy the crease for a sustained period of time. Enjoying the test match so far, Security, in your hometown? It's great to be back.
I never left.
I meant myself. It's great to come back. You welcomed me back. Of course, also the hometown of Alzari Joseph from All Saints. Stone throw away. Very good start from Joseph. Maiden, 40 for 2. West Indies began with Jaden Seals and Kemar Roach. Seals, who picked up the wicket of Zakir. Joseph got Joy. But they're starting with their 2 high-pace options. Shamar Joseph from the Sir Andy Roberts end, where he operated from yesterday. Pack slip cordon again. Look for the ball coming into Shahadat. To see a seam up delivery there. Usually Shamar Joseph sees so many of the scramble seam ball which deviates off the pitch, but that's a delivery he's trying to add as well to give him another option moving away.
that man on screen, Justin Graves, I beg your pardon, the Centurion, notched up his maiden test ton yesterday, undefeated, unbeaten. He is in the richest form of his life. A wonderful knock from him. Some of the shots he played yesterday didn't hit many boundaries, but his timing was superb. He shot all around the ground. That was a moment for the young man.
I love that just now, the slip cord and saw it on the big screen. They said, oh, shot JG. It's great to see him get to that moment and think about all the sacrifices he's been through last decade. He's touched on at length yesterday, but having to leave Barbados and go to other franchises, the Windwards, the Leewards, to look for opportunities, sacrificing, living out of his home country.
From the Lords. Head down, move your hand. Yeah.
A bit of extra something out of the surface. And he'll be excited by that as well, Sir Curtly, as a fifth seam bowling option.
Good delivery. Turned around, Shahadat. Good pace. And that could have easily popped up to that fielder at short leg. This is going to be the tricky period for Bangladesh.
Just teased him by going fuller, maybe looking for the Yorker. But first runs of the day for Bangladesh, 41 for 2. Last delivery of the last over, Sir Curtly.
The previous delivery was on a good length. And then he tried to go for Yorker. And that to me is a no-no. You got to hit that good length again. Good delivery. What I'm trying to explain to you, Nickel, is that if you bowl a particular delivery, a good delivery to a batter, and it had him in some trouble, the first thing you should be thinking as a bowler to try and replicate that same delivery. Shama Joseph didn't do that. He went searching for a Yorker. Oh, that was close. Ended up being a full toss, but he got away with it. So that is what I'm saying. You've got to be consistent. When you bowl a good delivery, you try to follow up with another good one.
They spoke about it yesterday and how the fast bowling unit, who have played so much white ball cricket since the South Africa series, to Joseph since the England series summer this year, how do they find their patience again, like Joseph has done in these first 38 deliveries he's bowled, and that control of length. The Seals did well yesterday. First 4 overs, well, 4 of the 6 overs he bowled were maidens. So good patience shown by him. And one thing Joseph and West Indian fans would have been hoping for, Sir Curtly, is more deliveries, a higher volume of deliveries in that between 6 and 8 meter length. In England, when he went out of that length, a lot more scoring. Yeah, he was short there, but you'll still want a higher percentage to be probably erring on the fuller side of a good length with the extra bounce you can get. So Curly, you've watched him for a long time. Obviously, you've mentored him as well at different stages. Where do you think he should be aiming for, other than, obviously that good length is where every bowler is aiming for, but should he be erring on the front edge of that good length, maybe the back end? He bowls a lot of deliveries on the shorter side.
Yeah, let's have a look at the pitch map of Alzawi Joseph. Now, look at the good length, 36%, 38% short, 16% full. Well, forget about the full for now. He needs to improve on the 36% in terms of the good length. That's where you got to be more consistent. 38% short is a little bit too much. Improved on the 36% on the good length.
Another maiden for Joseph, 41 for 2. Persistence from these two in the middle, still experienced to come in Liton Das and Mahedi. Jakar Ali capable as a middle order batter, but early in his journey. And the opportunities here for Mominal, if they can weather these first maybe 5 to 7 overs this morning, with the West Indies looking to attack with runs on the board, there are vacant areas in the outfield where they can score. Mominal has been quite good this year at accessing the leg side, which has been deficiency in the past, but because they've packed the slip cordon, maybe through cover or the flick shot, nobody in front of square on the leg side other than the short leg.
Very, very well bowled by Shamar Joseph. Operating from around the wicket to Mominal. And that was brilliantly bowled. Good seam presentation. Look at that. Angled in, hit the pitch, and left him. That was beautifully bowled. Just need to follow up on that now. Do not go searching, Joseph.
That one didn't carry as much to the silver.
Another good delivery. Kept a bit low this time. Joshua De Silva, the wicket keeper, had some difficulties in collecting it. But that is what I want to see on a consistent basis from both bowlers. Shamar Joseph on screen and of course Alzawi Joseph. No relations, of course.
And so currently, Shamar Joseph's percentage is one of the higher in the world for hitting the stumps, and it's been mainly because of the scramble seam delivery that we saw against South Africa where he got 5. He targets the stumps so much with the ball coming back in, but it's been good to see this morning a number of seam up deliveries, a variation that Sean Tate was trying to work with him in the previous series. I'm sure James Franklin will be doing the same, especially to the left-hander, which comes into him.
Good bowling. You know, I've been hearing a lot about scrambled seam and all that. I'm just wondering if it's something that bowlers do deliberately, or sometimes it doesn't come out of the fingers properly, hence the wobbling.
Nice controlled flick, even with a deep fine leg. There's been a few times these two in the middle have got into a bit of trouble, but unscathed. 44 for 2. Nice experience for young Shahadat. 2 years old, will be returning to the team, and he's gotten a start. He's done the hard work to get in. West Indian bowling lineup, first time in a couple of years they've gone without a specialist spinner. Hodge and Athanaze, the 2 spin options yesterday evening. One less slip, extra fielder, leg side left of screen. And so currently, just thinking about the West Indies bowling yesterday, they were good. But ball tracking tells us only 6% of deliveries hitting the stumps. And I wonder on pitches like this, for guys like Alzari Joseph, who obviously will be trying to hit that good length, should he be maybe erring on the front edge of that length bar as opposed to sometimes the back edge where that's a shorter length, because I assume the fuller ones hit the stumps and target the stumps more. You were a tall bowler yourself. How did you deal with the more bouncier tracks and still trying to target the stumps?
It all depends on the surface you're playing on. If the surface is offering seam movement, maybe some moisture, bit of grass, and it's offering seam movement, as fast bowlers, you tend to go a little bit fuller, just short of half volley or driving range, because you know you're getting that movement of the seam. On a placid surface, you don't want to get too full, because the pitch is so good, batters can hit through the line. So it's best to stay a little bit shorter. Not short, but just a little shorter. Especially if 1 or 2 balls are keeping low. So it all boils down to the surface you're playing on, will dictate the length you bowl. Craig Brathwaite, the skipper.
Nice seizing of an opportunity to score, and that will be key for Bangladesh as they go through the day. But yeah, I just wonder, and obviously they're trying to set a very high standard, Andre Kohli and his coaching staff, for this bowling attack against teams like in England and Australia, as we saw earlier this year, where teams and the best teams in the world won't be as relaxed or defensive. And sometimes the West Indies, when they hit a good length, teams are still able to score. So can they go back to that good length and continue to be controlled? So I'm wondering about how they would assess their approach yesterday, Sir Curly, even though they only conceded the 2 runs and over in the 20 overs. But exactly what you're speaking about on the bouncier traps, we saw it yesterday evening where 41% of balls were in that shorter area.
Certainly not good enough. 41% short should not be, not on a surface like this. So those good lengths, the 30% need to be improved upon.
Touch fuller. Good from Joseph. He's been good this morning. Discipline. 46 for 2. Just 6 runs from the 5 overs bowled so far in the day.
Let's have a look at Casey Carty at short leg. Now, look at the distance. Now look at that. Look at his position. Way, way too far away from the bat. If there's an inside edge on the pads, there's no way he's going to catch it. That's almost like a short square leg.
He's gone back even further now, Sir Curtly. Oh no, he's slowly making his way back. Where would you like to see him stand, though, looking at this picture?
Right at the edge, just on the square. There's that pitch. You got to get closer. You're looking for the bat pad catch. He's way too far. Definitely got to get onto that pitch, which is closer.
Man, there is brave. Couldn't pay me enough. But Sir Curtly, in your time, who were some of the better short leg fielders you could remember?
Well, when I started, it was Gus Logie, who was very, very good in that position. And then after Logie, it was Jimmy Adams, who is now, there he is on screen, is the batting coach of this team. So he should know about fielding that short leg and the position. So that is something that needs to be addressed. At one time, we asked Courtney Walsh if he wanted to do bat pad.
What did he say?
He didn't bother to answer.
Short one. Shorter length change up from Joseph. One thing I'm always amazed by is like Casey Carty bats at 3 for the West Indies. Labuschagne fields there for Australia. He bats at 3 as well. Guys stand at short leg all day and then are expected to go and bat later on. Legs must be tired.
No, that'll be okay. If your legs are tired at feeling a bat pad, you're not fit. Because you only crouch as the bowler approaches, and then when you're walking back, you stand up. So there's not much pressure. So if you're tired, then you're not fit, Nikhil.
I suppose you, Courtney, Bish will all say, well, you guys have to score half the runs anyway and bowl as well, so the short leg job is easy. You guys meaning the fast bowlers.
Yeah, there's always a bit of an argument between us fast bowlers and our batters who stands a slip all day. When you're getting a little bit tired, you know, they're trying to tell you, like, you should be tired. And there's also a bit of an argument. So we used to say to them, why don't you come and bowl a few and tell me how that goes? But no, we had some good teams and some good men, and you know, it was really, really fun playing for the West Indies, especially when you're winning.
Yeah, missing his line, Shamar Joseph, and again with the field so attacking, Momino takes his opportunity and grasps it to score. 55, 51 for 2.
A little bit too short and definitely too wide. That was easy pickings for Manol. That's how things are at the moment. 51 for 2 Bangladesh at the moment. The place to be, 26th of April to 2nd of May in 2025, Antigua Sailing Week. A big fixture on the calendar on an annual basis. Visitors from all over the world assembles in Antigua. Boat racing, yacht racing, lots of action. Look at that flag fluttering in the breeze. That tells you the strong breeze blowing from left to right as we look on the screen, which is east to west.
Change in bowling now, Kemar Roach from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he bowled a couple of spells yesterday. So a short burst for Joseph, a good pace through over burst for him. For these two top order batters today, it really is a huge day for Bangladesh. Yeah, their batting lineup has not replicated the effort put in by their faster bowlers this year. No balls for that first one. 8 times Bangladesh batting in their first innings this year have been limited for under 200. Obviously, they're missing important members, Mushfiqur, Shakib Al Hassan and Shanto, who in this Test Championship cycle have scored 25% of their runs. So really is a great opportunity for Mominal, who's been there for a while, but a young Shahadat Hossain, Jaka Ali, who's making his early run in Test cricket, and of course Litan Das, who's shown the capabilities of being aggressive, but will want to show a bit more discipline in his Test batting. So important opening session and opening Test match for the entirety of that top 6. Nice solid push. First ball of the over was no ball. Just to confirm, is auto no ball, so umpire isn't tasked with calling that out in the middle. Here's the third umpire, Asif Yaqub.
Let's have a look at that again, Nikhil. No, he isn't a tall man, so he hasn't got long strides. like myself or Courtney Walsh or even Ian Bishop. But look at his back foot. See, right at the stumps. Hence, you always have a chance of going over. That back leg needs to be a bit further behind the stumps to try and eliminate the no ball. Look at the back leg. See? Definitely need to go further back. Look at the back leg right there. See, right next to the stump. So as you stride out, there's a chance you will overstep. So you need to get that back leg just a little bit behind.
Shannon Gabriel used to struggle a lot with the no ball problem. Misfield. And give Alzari Joseph a blight. He put in a good effort this morning. Maybe just a small lapse. Bit of a bad bounce as well. 56 for 2. Still trailed by 394 runs, but importantly, wickets intact, no loss this morning. Shahadat and Monimol, this partnership now with 35. Just chipped over the bowler's head. The bowler himself chases. Couple for Monimol. So West Indies have opted today for their 2 quickest bowlers to really run at these batters. Some aggression here from Shamar Joseph. Not totally in control. And that has brought about a change in angle now for Shamar Joseph round the wicket. 3 slips and 2 gullies in weight. This should get him another couple. Pleasing way to welcome Atta Ali Khan. Good morning, Atta. How are you this morning?
Morning, Samuel Badri. Good morning, all. Yes, I'm very good, thanks. Nice to see that Bangladesh have not lost a wicket in the first half an hour. That should really relax the nerves in the dressing room. Remember, they've struggled here whenever they played in the past, especially in the first innings.
Yeah, 43 and 103. First inning scores in previous matches played here, so you're absolutely right. And I just want to have a little discussion around batting at 2 teams that have generally struggled in the recent past. And if we can just stick to 2024 this year, West Indies with the lowest batting average in batters 1 to 7 of all test playing nations. Bangladesh just slightly higher, 22.98 for the West Indies. Bangladesh at 24, so the top 7 hasn't really fired much. from a West Indian standpoint, quite a few players who are in the infancy of their test match careers. Your team, Arthur, missing some senior players. We had an initial discussion about that yesterday. But Monimal, with a lot of experience, 13 test match hundreds, will certainly lead the way, and lots of expectations on his shoulders. Deliberate, quite deliberate from Monimal Haq, guided more than anything else with an offer.
Intentionally played. Remember, he tried to pull a similar kind of delivery which went back past the bowler. This is a much better option. Yes, there are strong slip scoring, but look how wide that is. Allow the batter to free his arms, and he's done that beautifully.
Better length that time from Shamar Joseph, 64 for 2. Yeah, just look at that. An absolute spectacle. Quite inviting. The pool and the water. The sea. After just building on that previous discussion about the batting from a Bangladesh perspective, I suppose it could be quite similar for West Indies. What do you think can be done to unearth the next generation of top quality batter to replace those stalwarts, those three of them who aren't all together in the system now?
Well, if we look back at the domestic infrastructure back in Bangladesh, that's where you grow players, giving them opportunity to play on surfaces where they go and score runs and then make an impact, to be good enough where the selectors feel that they can come and step up into the national team. He's one of the case right in front of us. Shahadat Hussain Deepu is just recently picked up a first-class 100. Just 22 years of age. Captain of the Chittagong division team when he made that 100 Chattogram in the National Cricket League, which is the first-class structure. And what has Bangladesh started to do is leave a little bit more grass, especially in the first-class format, 6 mm of grass, to give some hope to the seamers. That's one of the reasons why we have started to produce so many seamers. Edge drop short. But I feel that not only in the first-class arena, I think that needs to start also at age group level, where the young guns, when they start their career, realize the fact that it's not going to be easy to score runs. It's easier for batters to score runs back home in domestic competition, but then when they come, especially overseas in different conditions, they struggle. So maybe a better idea is to give them an opportunity at a very young age. to be able to deal with if they're playing on, let's say, bowler-friendly pitches, seam bowling-friendly pitches, then probably they'll have a better idea and to build themselves in a manner that they can go and play some decent cricket when they get an opportunity at the bigger level.
And we'll continue that discussion in the next over. Roach, though, has replaced Joseph Alzari. From this, the Circuitly Ambrose, and his first over of the day, 64 for 2. The Centurion, Justin Graves, what a knock that was from him yesterday. Really putting the West Indies in a commanding position. Change in bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Jaden Seals replaces Shamar Joseph. Starts down the leg side. So you're saying that one of the things that they've done is, in terms of the pitches, increase the grass, and that will have, I suppose, a twofold benefit. The fast bowlers coming through will be encouraged, and also the batters, their techniques will be tested on a more consistent basis. So when they are confronted with those conditions, they should be better able to cope.
100%. And I'm not saying that each and every surface back home needs to be that they need to play on batting-friendly pitches where the bowlers will need to work hard to make an impact, because you need to develop different skills on different surfaces. They play a lot of spin-friendly pitches. That's why we have produced so many spinners in the past. They're pretty good when they're up against the spin. The problem has been the new ball. The seamers, the fast bowlers, when they come up against quality, high-quality bowlers, they tend to struggle. Having said that, they still have players who have done well in the top order. You mentioned Tamim Iqbal, left-hander opener, played with a lot of flamboyance. Yeah, it's time that the players themselves realize that it's not going to be easy when you go and play at this level. They've eked out a couple of very good victories. Created history when they went to Pakistan. They made a high score of 530 plus. The question is whether they can do this on a consistent basis. It's a good little partnership in the making. 43 of 112 deliveries now.
And what the West Indies have done to Arthur is sort of increase the number of A-team tours. So the younger players coming through the system gets an opportunity to go overseas. Some of these youngsters who are in the academy system now recently competed in the domestic Super 50 Cup, the listed tournament. So that gives them an opportunity to play against more established players that's in the region, but there's also the avenue to go overseas through those A-team tours. Is that happening as well?
Yes, it is. And it's been happening for a while also, because they're really working hard to ensure that players get an opportunity, not at home, but also in overseas conditions. The A-teams, the academy teams have recently visited Australia. When Bangladesh were in Pakistan, there was already an A-team playing there before they reached there to play those 2 test matches. It's a golden opportunity for players to be a part of that system.
I'll mention another strategy that the team is using right now in the next over. Made an over from Seals 64 for 2.
Sorry, you want to ask if to call from helmet?
No, Ata Ali Khan, you cannot leave the test match to go and visit that beach. And just what we're talking about, the top 3, the big 3 for Bangladesh, and Manimul Haq on the verge of getting into that top 3. Can possibly do that in this test series if he has a good one. One of the other things that I've seen in Zimbabwe, what they've done, they've forged an alliance with Pakistan over the last year or two, with a franchise there. And they've sent across in the Zimbabwe system some fast bowlers to participate in their first-class cricket. So it gives those bowlers an opportunity to learn in overseas conditions. But what it also does for the Zimbabwean batsmen is to give them an opportunity to play against higher quality fast bowling. So it's a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Yeah, for both parties. And it works both ways. The third slip fielder comes a little bit closer.
Yeah, Justin Graves with the helmet. We saw one delivery previously that fell short. And so they've brought the fielder with the helmet closer in that slip position. Don't often see a fielder fielding and slip with the helmet, but because he's that close, they're erring on the side of safety. And the last over from Kemar Roach, beating the batter, getting the edge, but not carrying through to the fielder, falling short, comfortably short. And so they've made the decision to bring him closer, Justin Graves, much closer than the others, so his reflexes will be tested if something goes in that direction. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity and a wonderful idea that Zimbabwe cricket has implemented.
Absolutely. And if you look at someone like Shahadat Hussain Deepu, who's now batted about 67 deliveries, even at times it's tried to play once that he can leave it to the keeper. To be able to adapt and adjust quickly. Bit of an inside edge. This one just comes back in from Kemar Roach. It's all about getting your eye in, but also about making good decisions, correct decisions in terms of how to deal with the opposition bowlers. It's been a challenge for Bangladesh, and hopefully it just gets better. That's exactly what Bangladesh will be hoping for.
Can't find the gap. Another maiden over, 64 for 2. Yeah, the cruise ships have docked in the harbor. No doubt the occupants of that would be exploring the island, taking in the sun and the sand. Yeah, they've shown great discipline this morning, the Bangladesh batters. And that requires some discipline as well, folding the napkins with the spoons and the fork.
Yeah.
In preparation for some seals a little bit later on. I think I might just make my way down, get something refreshing. Non-alcoholic, of course, Arthur.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
It's been hot and humid, but it's been good. Impressive from this pair. That's exactly what they would have hoped for, this pair to continue just bat. We speak about how Justin Graves and Kima Roach handled themselves in the middle in that lovely partnership. Something that they might have had a closer look in the team meetings after the day's play on the end of the second day. As long as you stay there. And now a couple of more fielders around him. Yeah, it's all about being patient enough to absorb the pressure. Doesn't matter if you have fielders in your eye line. Play one ball at a time. Test of temperament, test of character. There you go, 3 now. Different strategies from the skipper. 2 on the onside with this. If the ball goes in the air with that flick shot, those 2 fielders can come into play. There's also one in short extra cover, right very close by.
Yeah, just wear them down. That would be the plan. From a batting perspective, a 4-prong fast bowling attack from the West Indies. They have additional support from Justin Graves, but no specialist spinner in their lineup. So a couple overs from Hodge and Arthanes late yesterday evening because of the fading light. From what we've seen in the past, day 3 is the best day for batting here at Sir Viv. In there, miss hit, but everyone's close in, and so it falls safely. Not convincing from Monimal.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to attempt to play that kind of a shot, because you really don't want to play that. He's up and over. Very lucky indeed. Top edge would have been trouble. Got to shoulder the responsibility now. Mominul Haq gets away with that shot.
Yeah, change and feel. The very short mid-wicket goes to square leg. So he'll be thinking about a short ball. What does the bowler do? Gets under it competently. 66 for 2. From 21 for 2 to 66 for 2. This has been good consolidation from Bangladesh. Roach continues. most successful bowler here at this venue. 50 wickets for Kemar Roach.
It's not a very good pitch, is it?
What's wrong with the pitch?
The ball's not going very far.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 for Kemar Roach. He's probed and he finally gets the reward. Breakthrough for the West Indies.
Much fuller delivery. Usually from the bowlers we've seen today, that was more on back of the length. But this time he pushed it further up and he takes the bait. Have a look at this delivery. Yep, there was a hint of movement also. Lovely, easy, gone. Shahid Hussain Deepu, he picks up the wicket. Kemar Roach. Gone for 18. Bangladesh 66 for 3.
Yeah, it's also an opportunity for the players to get some respite. Blue Waters Drinksburg. Liton Das, the new batter for Bangladesh. 4 centuries, another one of their leading batters in this tour. And so lots of expectations on his shoulders. But exceptional bowling from Kemar Roach. Scramble seam holding its line. Low catch for Kavem Hodge. You're just wide of the crease, and so the batter always thinks that he has to play. 51 wickets for Kemar Roach at this venue. Jason Holder next best with 25. Look at the celebration. All smiles. They've worked tirelessly this morning and finally got the reward. Off the mark straight away, nice and full from Roach.
In the last 100 that he picked up was against Pakistan and Rawalpindi this year. Came into bat when Bangladesh were all over the place, 26 for 6 at that stage. And it scored a brilliant 138. Yes, Bangladesh need a partnership here.
Yeah, an angle that he has used quite frequently against the left-handers from around the wickets. Generally looks to take it away from them, but he has the delivery that comes back in, and that's the one that Manimal will be concerned with. All along the carpet. And this will challenge the boundary. Doesn't have enough to get there though. Wanted 3. Litton wasn't interested.
Yeah, if you look at this 11 that Bangladesh picked for this first test match, these are the 2 players are the most experienced campaigner in terms of test matches. And it's important that these 2 do something special here. 68 test matches for Momin ul Haq. 47 for Litton.
And 50 for the captain, Miraz. 69 for 3.
Alzari Joseph from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Not only the bounce impressive there, but the away movement, which customarily you expect to get from that Sir Andy Roberts end with the wind direction, aiding it if you need it. Courtney Walsh, good morning to you again. He'll want to perhaps incrementally work his way closer to the off stump.
Good morning, Bishop. Good morning to all our viewers. Good afternoon to some. In total agreement. There or thereabouts, but the only challenge now he wants to try to get the batsman to play. Good away movements, good wrist position, good seam control. Trying to exploit whatever is there, but those are the areas you want him to be consistent in. More on the front foot, get them playing. He's got 3 slip on the gully.
I don't mind that one actually, because in the last year or so, Litton Das has been dismissed from the seamers with the one that nips back in. Mohammed Siraj, etc. have had an impact on him like that. So look at the seam position if you get a chance at home in Alzari's hand when he goes for the outswinger and when he gets that sort of 3/4 seam position for that wobble or scramble seam to nip it back.
That's what Bishop is speaking about. The seam position, you can tell he's trying to tail it back in, which is very, very good. He's thinking about it, not just trying to bowl all out swingers. What I like about the last 3 deliveries, Bish, he had him playing. Coming back at him, coming back at him. Eventually, you can try to set him up with one leaving him in the same era, but just get him playing, get him playing. Once you get accustomed to playing at the deliveries, you're giving yourself a chance.
Good from Litton Das. It was there for the taking, and he gets his first boundary. 73 for 3.
Last one just a little bit too wide, a bit too much weight for Litton Das, and he pounced on it. Well timed as well. Good areas by Kimar Roach. The most experience of the Pacers attack. What he probably might have lacked in pace of his younger years, he's definitely got that in experience. Being hitting good consistent areas, asking good questions. One of the leading, well, he's the leading wicket taker here for the West Indies at the Sir Cliff Richards ground.
You have all the bowlers, Kimar Roach is perhaps being of less pace than the 3 others, and one of the shortest of the group will certainly bowl a fuller length and get the ball either hitting the stumps or passing the stumps below bail height. That's why partly he's got Justin Graves, as was pointed out before, in closer at third slip with the helmet on, as Graves did in Australia with telling effect, because they feel the ball won't carry off a defensive prod. It might carry deeper off an attacking shot, but certainly defensively it might drop short. So Graves has come closer and elected to give himself some protection for his bravery with the helmet.
And that's one of the skill set that he's got, to come from around the wicket and still tail it away from the left-hander. Angle comes in, as we can see here. Very good wrist position there again, and then just at the last minute just pushes it away from the left-hander. A stop-glass bowling. Litton Das and the umpire doing some repair, completed, and he's ready to go again.
Feel that short point in Mikhail Louis. Who feels it now? He's there more for a lofted push. 74 for 3.
Well, the umpire signaling that the last ball was a no ball, as we were having a beautiful look at the flags. Kimar Roach will have to redo it over again. Umpire signaling to everyone. And as Sir Curtly was pointing out earlier, that back foot too close to the line to keep everything behind. And not enough to satisfy the umpires. A little bit, but not enough. So he's got to reload again, Kimar Roach.
Of course, back in the day, the old-time bowlers who would drag a lot would put down a marker near the umpire to see where their back foot was landing. So it gave them that room, that leverage. 75 for 3. The great man, Sir Vivian, in the background. 75 for 3, 1 wicket to fall this morning. Kimar Roach, Shahadat Hussain, the man to go. Alzari Joseph. Talked about Mominul Ul-Haq's career for about 20 test matches, his first 20 test matches up to 2017. He averaged over 50 in test match cricket. That average began to drop with each passing year after that. And of course, the home record is terrific. The away record is still something that needs work. What he does have is 2 half centuries in the Caribbean. But an average of 14 before this game in the Caribbean region. So you're looking at a home average closing in on 49 before this test match. Just about 27 away from home. Had a couple of test match hundreds in Sri Lanka, as Atar Ali Khan educated us before, one in India. So he'll be hoping that that can give him a run of form in 2024 and beyond going forward. This team needs him to be as good or somewhere close away from home as he is generally at home. Alzari has been is Fuller. Fuller in this test match, and correctly so, given the amount of white ball cricket he's played, where your length was generally a bit shorter after the new ball is bowled. It's a good adjustment for him in this test match that he's gone Fuller.
Excellent adjustment, consistently as well. Still getting some shape, and he's got pace behind it. So he hasn't sort of sacrificed pace to the bowling Fuller, but just been bowling Fuller consistently, which is very good.
As he doesn't forget the short ball, which is more of a surprise weapon than a consistent barrage up to now. Fuller again.
Talking about the short ball, what I would have liked to have seen them try from Monumal is probably take a slip out and put a short third and bowl a couple, because once it's short, he keeps trying to glide it. If you take that shot away from him, there's every possibility that he will do something different or have to try to do something different, because you know he can't guide it down there again, and who knows, he might just steer it to slip or try something different, maybe try the hook. He doesn't like hooking, he'll more like scotting.
Give Muminul the benefit of the doubt whether it was a leave or not. 75 for 3 maiden over. The wind is certainly up today. Just joined us, 1 wicket to fall, as we said a couple of overs ago, that of Shahadat. She's a bit lonely right now, but there'll be a few patrons participating of that delicacy later on as we go through, but they probably at lunchtime preparing. They might be over there. Jaden Seals replaces Kemar Roach, who got the wicket.
Good start by Seals as well. And that's a wicket of Roach. Excellent bowling, good catching. You need to take those catches. But you could see just the wrist behind it and shaping away from the right-hander. He had to play. Good smart catch. And Rhodes celebrates. Might be the first time Jaden sees bowling from this sense. So he's now got to try to find that groove, get into that rhythm. Sometimes we take it simple, but when you change ends as a bowler, you've got to try to get that stride pattern going again, get back into that groove and that rhythm that you had earlier from the other end. So it will take him a couple of deliveries.
Seals found late movement, very late movement from the other end yesterday with the wind up. He got the ball. Generally, it shapes into the left-hander or away from the right-handers, and he had Joshua Da Silva in some problems. The ball was swinging very, very late, wrong-footing Joshua Da Silva on a couple of occasions because of that late movement from that good seam position. And in the wicket that he got yesterday, after pitching, and almost as it arrived at the batter, there was an additional bit of movement, not just immediately after pitching, but perhaps halfway in its travel from pitching to Zakir, which I think sort of assisted in the ball taking the inside edge. And sometimes in England, Walshy, you would know and have experienced how late the ball can wobble, a lot of times after it passes the bat. .77 for 3. Of course, we talked about Zakir punching a couple of fours earlier in the over, just after it pitches, and then you can see closely there the very, very late darting in of the ball with about 3 or 4 feet to go to the batter. Still feel that Jayden can pitch the ball up a little bit more today. Yesterday, not a single ball that Seals bowled would have hit the stump, so that's why today, in the first spell and in this spell, he needed and still needs to be a touch fuller. But now it's Joseph. Airily. Shamar Joseph, very, very quick across the ground, retrieves it.
I don't think he'll mind that too much. You're a bit driven if you're trying to go a bit fuller. Went in the air a bit, but you've got 3 slip on a goal in place, so you don't mind them driving. With the extra bounce or with the movements, and something could happen. Yep. I would still like to see him bowl just a couple of short ones at him, control aggression, and then go back full again, just to keep him guessing.
Feel a short ball should be too far away, having pitched up, rightly pitched it up as often as he has done.
Good bowling by Azari. Just rolling the fingers over it a little bit. Getting it to leave him. That's good areas. Still would like to see a sharp ball at him at some point in time in this over, but just keep him guessing. Use it as the element of surprise.
Don't know if anyone heard that. Mikhail Louis standing there, he came close to the stumps in the air shot of Muminul Haq, and he said, Alzari, he's hanging back and you haven't bowled him a bumper yet. Why is that? He's hanging back. There we go. There it goes. There we go. Mikhail Louis got his message through.
Well, we were saying that in the commentary box as well. You need to give him something to think about. He played a couple short ones earlier in his innings. No ball signal by the umpire. So he's still got to reload again. But I don't mind the intent of a short ball at him at this stage. Just keep that behind the line would have been nice.
Should still have the short leg in Casey Carty if you intend to go again. .82 for 3. Talking about Jaden Seals so far in this innings, hitting a high percentage in a length. But because of the little bounce in the surface compared to maybe some others, a lot of them are bouncing over the stumps. And so you have to be somewhere like that occasionally in order to bring the stumps into play. Only 2 deliveries would have hit the stumps in terms of its line. A couple of them to right and left-handers have passed below bail height. So I would suggest, chatting with Nikhil a little bit earlier, good length is very, very good, but you want to be living, as conditions are now, on the front edge of a good length, or in the case of Seals, even slightly forward of a good length on the off stump. That's a half volley, but it's airily past Mikhail Louis, who's therefore more of a push than a drive.
And just to strengthen the argument, Bish, I think you go back to what the whole time saying, top of off. You want to be able to be hitting the top of off. That was a bit of width, went in the hair. He's trying to get a bit fuller, but you want him to be a little bit straighter now. So you're hitting the top of off or middle and off.
We talk about Mikhail Louis in that position. I remember the test match at Lord's earlier this year. Kovem Hodge got caught in that very same position that Mikhail was fielding in their short point. I was trying to remember which bowler it was. He smashed it off the back foot, though, not the front foot. And he was crestfallen. He almost turned lighter in color when he saw the catch being taken. I'm trying to remember if it's Ollie Pope caught it off Wokes. Round the wicket for Seals.
That's here you want to be consistent at. Keep it top of off, work it from there, and then you can mix it up. They had short one now and then, or here or there, but third day of a test match wicket, you want to be hitting those areas. Very consistent.
I think, Walshy, we were talking about centuries and the excellence of Justin Graves yesterday. Mikhail Louis getting to 97, Ali Gaffine's 90. Nice, that's it. That's it. Draw him forward, and he's already a short man, Mumin-ul Haq. But you have to be patient there. It's not white ball cricket, it's red ball cricket. Be patient. And there's the angle round the wicket with a slightly tilted seam that takes it away. The reason I was talking about when you're getting close to those 100 landmarks, thinking about what the team requires, as Graves confessed he did, rather than your own personal landmark. Yashasvi Jaiswal, another 100 last night in Australia. Of the 4, I think, hundreds that he scored, they're daddy hundreds. Not just 110, 170, 160, 200 as he did in the Caribbean here in Dominica. That's what happens when you think large, you think big. 85 for 3. Guys have corrected me. 171 in Dominica, 200 against England.
Balanced session to start the day. West Indies will be happier with the length that they've bowled. Justin Graves into the attack for the first time in the test match. Yeah, picked up a critical wicket in that Brisbane test earlier this year. I think it was Marnus Labuschagne, the second test. Of course, the test that the West Indies historically went on to win. Played a role with bat in hand, like he did yesterday. He spoke at length after the game about his fitness. This will test him because spending the entire day in the sun running between the wickets, only 4 boundaries in that 100, remember. Now will be required to bowl an important spell before lunch. Hello to Atta Ali Khan.
Hi, Nikhil. Hello, everybody. They put up a bit of a resistance, even though they've lost that last wicket of Shahadat Hussain earlier on. Since then, Liton Kumar Dash and Mumin-ul Haq have added now 20. Hold wide, a little bit too wide. Probably the idea is to try to attempt him to play on the offside. If you look at the offside field, pretty strong. Not only the slip scored, but also quite a few on the offside score of the wicket and that catching position. That's one of the features of him where he's very strong if the ball is short and wide. So he likes to score runs. That's the profitable area for Mominul Haq. There you go, that's the idea. And if you look at that field set, you have a couple of slips in place, a gully, and then there's a fielder just behind that fielder at the gully, 20 yards away from the boundary ropes, and then there are 3 more in front in the eye line.
Just thinking about Mominul's scoring options today at a couple of boundaries against Shamar Joseph. Again, we're short and wide. A check drive against Jaden Seals, which went over mid-off. I wonder if they will then think about going short a bit more to him, like Alzari Joseph did a couple overs ago. He's taken on the short ball a lot more in recent times. Ball tracking tells us. Maybe just a hint of wobble after it left the bat before it got to the silver.
Well, when you see the field set for Mominul Haq, the message is pretty loud and clear, but at times it's not a bad idea to bowl a little bit closer to the body. Just surprise him with that delivery which comes back into the left-hander. Oh, quite a few of them on the offside. Done all the hard work, Mominul Haq. But he still cannot afford to let his guard down. You just need to bat through. "21 minutes for lunch." Bangladesh will be hoping that he hangs around.
87 for 3.
Hello, Michael. Is there sound on this as well? Oh my God.
I'm hoping that fans will come out throughout the day. It is Sunday. Jaden Seals will continue, so swapped ends, both him and Alzari Joseph. And these two in the middle, arguably Bangladesh's most experienced batters in this test team. It's been a tough year for a batting group, as has been mentioned many times before in this broadcast, Atta, but if they think back to the good times in Bangladesh cricket the last couple of years, it has been the batting that has won them games. Get back to it. You were there for the 3 test wins, 1 against New Zealand last year, the 2 against Pakistan this year. In all 3 of those test wins, someone got a big 100. Shanto in New Zealand, Mushfiqur getting 191 in Pakistan, followed up by Liton Das, who got 138. How can they get that more consistently, where one guy goes on to get a big score, even if it's not always 100?
Well, they need to keep trying. And they've done that in the past, yes, not on a consistent basis. You want to, as a batter, you want to keep it simple. don't want to look to score runs and score runs quickly. It's a pretty decent pitch to bat on, and they need to cash in. He's only played, 21 deliveries now for his 11 runs. You just want to get that in that frame of mind where you feel that, yes, this is a good surface to bat on. Stay positive. Runs will come. And that last 100 that he made, Lichun Kumar Das, under really tough circumstances, because the Bangladesh were at 26 for 6 at that stage when he made that 138. We found an able partner in Medis and Miraj, and they added to 165 for the 7th wicket. So important to reflect and realize the fact that, yes, even in difficult situation, he played a huge part. Bangladesh needs someone to stand up tall. Not one, but maybe both of them.
Smart again, nobody really catching on the leg side. And his character, Litan Das, has been what has stood out. And you'll need it here because Seals is having a word with him. But that 26 for 6 you speak of, and at times this year, he's gotten out playing the aggressive option. Think back to the India series a couple of times, coming down the pitch, and trying to put the bowling attack under pressure. But I'm really interested to see now, Atta, with an added responsibility and only his 6th time in his career batting at number 5. How does he balance that itch, per se, to be aggressive, but also trusting his defense and being as patient as possible, given that he's one of the more experienced and leaders in this team?
I think both will be getting in the middle and in between the overs and telling each other that, can we just hang on? Let's play until let's stay unbeaten. When they go out for lunch, we don't want to lose a wicket there. Look at the numbers in batting positions for Lichun Kumar Das. At number 7, he averages 41, and number 8, and just only 3 innings, 53. Number 5, he has scored 337 runs, but most runs have come from number 7.
Very good from Seals, 88 for 3. Beautiful day again here in Antigua. Hopefully it stays this way. I think with this bit of resolve shown by Bangladesh and the persistent nature of the 5 West Indian seamers, we could be in for a real gripping next 2 days or so. Important for Justin Graves as he's replacing Jason Holder in this team, batting at 6, and something Holder did well would bowl the overs and hold from one end, no pun intended, but he would hold and build pressure, being very miserly, and allowed the others, Alzari, Roach, Seals, to attack from the other end, bowl long spells. I don't know if Graves will be capable of that given how much he's batted in the test match, but he has got a critical role to play, even if it's not with his wicket-taking ability.
This is better. This is what he needs to do on a regular basis, to be able to force the batter to come on the front foot and allow him to play each and every delivery. Only in his 2nd over now, Justin Graves was a touch wider. I thought he was bowled a little bit wide to Mominul Haq. Maybe there was a plan. Not a bad idea to bowl on stumps on this kind of a surface. They would love to see the back of one of these two before lunch.
I think West Indies will be happier that they've forced Bangladesh to play a bit more today. And observing one thing a bit earlier with the wicket of Shahada Atta, and one thing Kemar Roach has been so meticulous at doing over his career is that targeting the stumps. His 18% rate is one of the higher of most bowlers in the last 3 years. And this was a build-up spawning across 2 or 3 overs when he first bowled to Shahada earlier today. Wide of the crease, forcing him to play continuously. 4 deliveries, I think he had some more as well, before those 4, until he finally got the edge. So that's the skill of being patient that Courtney Walsh and Bish were speaking of.
Yeah, and as a batter, you need to be also patient enough to realize that how far your off stump is, whether you want to reach out and play that delivery. Yes, very good from Kemar Roach and company, but not very good from Shahada Hussain, because he had been there for a while to be able to understand how close he needs to be. He could have easily left that alone, but I thought credit to the bowler because it was fuller and it just moved away at the very last moment, shaped away. Lovely delivery. Not easy for the batters to let it go to the keeper because for a moment at that stage, they think that it's just very close enough to my off stump. That's why they have those strong fielders. Anyway, Sloppy allows him to pick up a single, ends the over. 90 for 3.
Right, 11 minutes before lunch. Shamar Joseph back into the attack, and this partnership will be hoping they can sustain this bit of pressure now going into the luncheon interval. Wondering as well, after with Joseph back into the attack, if they can try the odd short ball a bit more. And Mominal himself has to be credited because if you look at his numbers against the short ball, it was a problem he suffered with years ago. But he showed against Naseem Shah and Rawalpindi earlier this year. Against India as well when he got that 100 in Kanpur, that he's improved drastically against the back of length delivery. Joseph just tried, Alzari Joseph tried the one earlier which he fended. Good there, very good there on the front foot. So I'm wondering after those couple of games were in the subcontinent, when he moves out of there and goes to more seam bowling friendly conditions, can he still be, 1, aggressive against the short ball and take it on with the pull, and 2, be able to not give his wicket away against it?
Well, he's struggled. He's had his struggles in the past, especially in overseas condition, if you're talking about those short pitch deliveries. I think as a batter, you need to make some minor adjustment. You really don't have to take on the bowler. And that can frustrate the bowlers if you're looking at short pitch deliveries and you're not taking him on, making sure you're ducking, swaying away, letting it go to the keeper. Good enough.
we spoke a lot about him and his away record. He'll want to enhance his numbers in the West Indies, where he's averaged 15, and South Africa as well, 14. Seam-friendly conditions, and with that single he took earlier, 3 runs actually, he got to 5,000 international runs. Mominul Haq, 8th Bangladesh batter to do so. Nice soft hands. Another couple of runs.
Yeah, another milestone for Mominul Haq, but he'll be more thinking in terms of whether he can get this particular inning, since he's had a bit of a start, to cash in and really play a bigger role with the bat. Because he hardly plays that white ball format. That's his numbers. Important for him, yes, if he can survive, perhaps maybe another over after this over before lunch is called. He'll be eyeing to play a long innings here.
And I assume in all the innings he's played this year, again, all of them have been in Asia, but this innings here in the Caribbean, these conditions would potentially challenge him the most based on his skill set.
And as a batter, you want to challenge yourself. You want to see that, yes, let's see what I can do with the bat or with the ball, for that matter, in different conditions. So you've got to put yourself in that position to, yes, I'm going to fight. I'm not going to give up easily. So he's fighting. He's putting up a fight.
Glorious. Joseph has been expensive today. 5 runs from his first over of the spell. 95 for 3. Reminder that the West Indies are not playing Jomel Warrican, who's in the squad. Gurikesh Moti is not in the squad. Those two have been their specialist spin options. So we'll rely heavily on their pace. Maybe height, maybe doing too much and missing leg stump. They have to review the West Indies. Did it pitch on as well? Yeah, Craig Brathwaite wants to have a look. Don't blame him.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field DCN is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra-edge. Yes, keep rolling. Yeah, roll it back and roll forward. Yeah, roll forward now. Freeze it here. There is a spike. Yeah, roll it back. Freeze it when ball next to the bat. There is a spike when ball next to the bat. And there is no gap between bat and ball. Stay with your original CN Kumar. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Tell you, to be an umpire, I said height. I said, did it pitch on? Is it doing too much? Didn't even consider the inside edge. Nice change up though from Graves after a series of deliveries going across Mominul to bring one back.
This is a better ploy from Justin Graves to make sure that he is attacking the stumps now. I thought it was a little bit wider on a couple of occasions, more than a couple of occasions, but definitely a better plan to attack the stumps forcing the batter to play. Now this one also a little bit wider.
Joseph in at mid-on. There are two fielders on the deep square leg boundary, but not all the way on the boundary. Casey Carty and Kemar Roach are on the boundary, but almost three-quarter way, you could say, and that may just be to stroke the ego of Mominal, enticing him to maybe play the pull shot with the wind. You would really have to commit, though, to beat both those fielders. They're in for the catch.
There's no need whatsoever to think in that direction for Mominul Haq. It's more of a to survive. Maybe one more over before lunch after this.
There is that pull, but very controlled and in front of square.
Just too short. Easy for him to get on top of it and then rolling the wrist over to hitting into the ground in front of the square.
Back in position even for this final delivery. Would love to see them there for maybe Shamar Joseph from the next end with a bit of extra pace. Maybe the short leg in as well to put pressure on him before lunch. There's whiff again, and Mominal pounces quickly. He's been very busy, he's been very smart batting. 99 for 3. Beautiful day here in Antigua. Gorgeous. Of course, the series moves on to Sabina Park. Just a couple of days off, and then starting on Saturday. Next Saturday, that is. Shamar Joseph for the final over before lunch. And Lytton Das still looking to attack when given the opportunity.
That is a cracking shot, I can tell you that. He waited and waited. Wait off a lovely square cutter from the bat of classy Lytton Kumar Das.
There's clearly been more intent from the Bangladesh batters against Shamar Joseph. His first spell today, 16 runs conceded in 4 overs. Now he's gone for 11 runs, 10 runs, correction. 8 balls. And just to remind you, we hope that you stay with us throughout this festive period because we've got gifts. The cricket is bringing the gifts for you. 3 CG United ODIs after the test series, 3 T20Is as well. Make sure you get your tickets on tickets.windiescricket.com. Join us in the Cricket Cave in Jamaica. Can't get to the ground, you can stay with us on ESPN Caribbean. Santa Claus will be bringing you the gifts in these 2 test matches. Hopefully the runs for the West Indies. Batting coach Jimmy Adams. Atta Ali Khan will bring the gifts for Bangladesh.
It's been good from Litun Kumar Dash and Mominul Haq. Sense of responsibility to be able to go and play the way they have handled themselves. Really good. Yeah, 3 more deliveries before lunch. Important to just hang on. You talk about batting time. Momin Al Haq has batted more than 2 hours now. Just what his team would have hoped for. Excellent, excellent temperament. He's looked organized. When he's one of the senior campaigners, he's doing what is expected of him. 98 deliveries, 77 dots. That's what stands out for me.
Viewers after lunch will be keeping an eye on him, Atta, because he can take one of 2 paths. We saw Alec Athanaze after he faced a series of deliveries day 1, found a rhythm and then was able to score much more quickly, or you can be constant like Justin Graves was and went at one pace and made sure that he was at one end. Whereas they have the Litton, they have Jacker Ali to come who can score productively. So after lunch it'll be really fascinating to see Mominul's approach.
Yeah, don't forget Mehdis and Miraj was really blossoming into a refined batter.
Single or 2 to get to the end of the opening session on day 3. Test match nicely poised at the moment. West Indies able to get an early wicket of Shahadat Hossain, but Bangladesh's 2 senior batters in Litton Das and Mominul Haq have battled their way and grinded to a 39-run partnership. So they say day 3 is a moving day. Both teams will be hoping that the second session brings better returns. Hakeem Roach getting the wicket of Shahadat. He'll be pleased with his workload. 1 for 16 in his 9. This has all the ingredients to be a real nail-biting 5 days of cricket. Make sure you stay with us wherever you are around the world. It's going to be a grind. Always is here at North Sound. Who can grind for a longer period likely will be the winner. Mominul Haq will be very pleased with the 98 balls he's batted. Sustained period of good swing bowling yesterday from the West Indies. Today has forced the West Indies to try a few different options, but he's been resolute in his defense. Litton Das has come in, he's gotten another start and has been the more positive of the 2. The 1 wicket of Shahadat to go down to Kima Roach. Roach, one of 3 bowlers in the wickets. Shamar Joseph to the end of his 2 spells on the expensive side, and now Zari Joseph very good with his control of length. 6 maidens in the 11 overs with his 1 wicket as well. It's been a fun 3 days, opening 3 days of this test match and test series. Mominul Haq will be holding Bangladesh's hopes at the moment. It sets up a really nice second session with Bangladesh trailing by 345 runs. But make sure you stay with us because after the break, we'll have a look back, a reflection on the opening session.
Welcome back, everyone, to the sunshine of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua. Bangladesh have progressed to 105 for 3. They lost Shahadat in the morning session, but Mominol is still there on 38, and Lizan Das has joined him. He's on 21. The wicket taker so far, Seals with 1 yesterday, Alzari with 1 yesterday as well, and Roach, the wicket taker in the first session of this third day's play. What does that mean? Bangladesh still trailing by 345 on first innings. Happy you can join us once again. Always brilliant to be here in the sunshine at the Great Man Stadium, or certainly the stadium named after him. Samuel Badri is here with me alongside Atta Ali Khan. Gentlemen, thank you very much for sparing your lunch to have a chat with us. And that morning session, Samuel Badri, just a solitary wicket for the West Indies. Would that meet or be below expectations?
Hello Bish, hello Atta, hello everyone. It will be below the expectation. What we saw in the first 2 days, 2 wickets falling in that first session on both occasions. So at the minimum, they would have been hoping for at least 2, if not more. But solid batting from Bangladesh, take nothing away from how they batted. Nice and full from Kimarush, the most successful bowler here at this venue. Good catch from Kavem Hodge. But they weren't able to, I suppose, trouble the Bangladesh batters enough, and just that solitary reward.
Atta, from the, I suppose, the Bangladesh point of view, that would be what sort of feeling after one session on day 3?
Good feeling, very good feeling back in the dressing room. Both the batters will be feeling very good, because knowing that it was important not to lose too many wickets early on. Yes, they did manage to lose wicket of Shahadat Hussain, but after that I thought especially Momin Luck showed what he is capable of. Yes, Liton Kumaras went in and played few shots, but it's a good combination of caution and a bit of an aggression from Liton Kumaras, because we saw him playing few cut shots. Must be a really good feeling, and hopefully they can come back and start in a similar manner.
You had that young 22-year-old kid, Shahadat. He started off looking pretty solid. When you look at his dismissal, what do you think?
It's all about knowing where your off stump is, and I think after looking at what they targeted him, they set him up nicely because they were back of the length, but that particular delivery was a little bit fuller, and once it's fuller, their eyes lit up to play. Have a look at that shot that he plays. Bat going away from the body, not in a correct way of dealing with someone who's bowling that tight line and length. He did spend some time. I thought he played, 70-odd deliveries for that innings. And if you get your eye in, you would certainly know exactly where your off stumps is. Instead of trying to reach out to play that delivery, should have left it alone.
All sorts of things, that angles caused by Kimarush. Mominol ul Haq, we know of his disparity in his home and away numbers, which may be slightly better in the last few months. Is there a plan that the West Indies can glean from what we saw this morning that they may be able to apply after lunch?
Yes, certainly. He is their most experienced batter with 13 test runs, but he didn't look altogether comfortable with the short delivery. A few of them used by the West Indian fast bowlers. One resulted in a fall stroke. He tries this ramp shot ever so often, but when you look at him play these types of deliveries, he isn't in control. Certainly not as much as he is for those fuller deliveries. So I think this can potentially be a plan of attack. Look at that. So some aggression from the fast bowlers, maybe a silly mid-on, some fielders in that island region, a couple fielders back, for him to know that you have that short delivery up your sleeve. So I think that is something that they could have gleaned from that first session.
His evolution, Atta, we know of his struggles against certain types of deliveries early in his career against the faster men. West Indies don't have too many slow men that they can call upon anyway. How have you seen his evolution?
Well, I feel that he's grown from strength to strength in terms of trying to play a responsible innings, what your team requires. You speak about his exploits with the short ball when he does tend to get into some sort of a tangle, but he must also remember when the shine goes off the new ball, it's going to get a little bit easier because it's going to get softer. It's not going to get bounced that much. Your shot selections will get to better because when you go in as a batter, you're thinking to play short because he wants to take on the short deliveries, knowing that there are protection in the deep and also fielder at short leg. But to be able to consume and absorb the pressure, knowing that if I can survive early period onslaught of short pitch deliveries from the bowlers, runs to be made here. I think that is what has stood out for me. And hopefully he comes back in and plays a similar role because still long way off for Bangladesh, still trailed by a long way off.
Yeah, the pitch certainly has looked to have settled a lot. This fast bowling group of the West Indies, it's a smallish sample size, 45 overs, I suppose that's big enough. Have we seen anything that is pleasing to the eye?
Yeah, the control from Alzari Joseph, you guys have spoken about his economy in 2024, but in this particular game, he's done well. He hasn't given away too many free runs, and he's been consistent, fairly consistent. Shamar Joseph, on the other hand, a little bit wayward, a little bit expensive. And then the experience of Kemar Roach, what he has done for a long time, and Jaden Seals just continues to grow from strength to strength. So overall, I suppose they'll be pleased with their efforts, but they'll want to be consistent for a longer period of time. There isn't any spinner, specialist spinner, that is, so they'll be called upon to do the bulk of the work, all of the work really in this test match.
And that's something in the previous series for Bangladesh at home against South Africa. It wasn't just the fast men in the form of Rabada, the medium pace of Mulder. It was the spin, Keshav Maharaj and company that played an equal part.
Yeah, and when we came up here on day one, to be able to look at the surface, you would always feel, coming from a subcontinent, we felt that spin will play a good part on this surface. Maybe as the test match progresses, day 3, 4, and if it goes to 5, maybe they've missed a trick or two, but they have that quartet of seamers who can still do bulk of damage by bowling in the right areas. I thought they were back of the length a little bit too much. Instead, I thought maybe they could have been a little bit fuller. Once they are fuller, you're attempting to batter to come out to the front for it. Otherwise, they're very comfortable in the back foot. There you go. That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, a lot of deliveries short of that length that you talked about.
Yeah, and if you look at the number of deliveries, 55% of back of length, only 13%. Forget about the 25% at halfway. What I'm trying to say is, instead of those 13%, maybe get that percentage a little bit higher and ask more questions, because there is still a hint of movement. But if you're back of the length all the time, then I'm, as a batter, more comfortable.
Yeah, would you concur that the West Indies, they have been a little bit fuller this morning, to be honest, compared to yesterday?
Yeah, and in addition to that, a much tighter line. I just felt that the Bangladesh batters were able to leave too many deliveries, particularly in that first spell, that first session, that first hour. What you want from a batter, overnight batters, is that you want them to play at more deliveries than they are leaving alone. So in addition to the length, the line also had to be a little bit tighter in my mind, and as the day progressed, as the session progressed, you change your plan a little. But certainly at the start of the day and at the resumption of play, when batters have to restart, that's when they're most vulnerable. Make them play more often than they leave.
All right, we'll see what the West Indies and Bangladesh have in store. Thank you very much to Samuel and to Atta. It's going to be a battling day here, day 3 of this test match. And after a short break coming up, we will hear from 3 good friends, actually, who come and emanate from the same island. And they'll be talking about many things, including cricket, after this short break.
between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden got it close at that.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure. For
Jaden got it
Yeah.
close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
Yes,
but
my legs. Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Football?
I used to play football. You mad?
Wait, mean on a game?
Nobody. Oh, they're mad.
PS5.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercall game, eh?
I've played intercall final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Joe.
So what ducket?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares, it's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who's the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It had nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yes?
Yeah, Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best dress.
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
All right, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. Let me that way. I'm gonna tell you what, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody.
Yeah, anyone out of these?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does be real calm.
You can never tell if he's taking on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking. He's just.
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig. What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first. I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in Igaba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well. And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up. Who is the most naturally talented cricketer? In the team? Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec. Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and train him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. Yeah. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket, you get to experience singing the national anthem, and doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
Yeah, I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me? It was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well. What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy. For me, when Andy made his debut. I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh? Win?
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah, not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, such a wonderful feature with those lovely young men. We'll have a look then at the highlights of the first session, day 3 in the first test.
West Indies, Bangladesh, returning here for 6th time in the history of Test cricket. It is day 3 of the first test, and we are live. The home of many legends, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh currently trailing by 410 runs. It was a period of 20 overs yesterday evening where the West Indian seamers sustained pressure, taking the two openers. So at the moment, Shahadat Hossain, Mominul Haq. Mominul will be pleased with the way he weathered the storm yesterday, the ball swinging in the evening, and the West Indians bowling high pace. Big day for him, an opportunity with day 3 and what's at stake. And Shahadat Hossain, very young in his Test match journey, recalled in this series. Starting proceedings. Day 3, they say, is the moving day in a Test series and Test match. Here we go. Joseph starting from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The man himself overseeing from his end. Good day to you. Yeah, missing his line, Shamar Joseph. And again, with the field so attacking, Mominul takes his opportunity and grasps it to score. 20-55, 51 for 2. Misfield. Give Alzari Joseph a blight. He put in a good effort this morning. Maybe just a small lapse. Bit of a bad bounce as well. 56 for 2.
Deliberate, quite deliberate from Mominul Haq. Guided more than anything else with an offer.
Tried to pull a similar kind of delivery which went back past the bowler. This is a much better option. Yes, there are strong slip scoring, but look how wide that is. Allow the batter to free his arms.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward. Breakthrough for the West Indies.
Much fuller delivery. Usually from the bowlers we've seen today, that was more on back of the length. But this time he pushed it further up. And he takes the bait. Have a look at this delivery. Yep, there was hint of movement also. Lovely. Easy. Gone. Shahadat Hossain Deepu. He picks up the wicket. Kemar Roach. Gone for 18. Bangladesh 66 for 3.
Good from Litton Das. It was there for the taking. And he gets his first boundary. 73 for 3. Airily. Shamar Joseph, very, very quick across the ground, retrieves it.
And Litton Das still looking to attack when given the opportunity.
That is a cracking shot, I can tell you that. He waited and waited. Wait off a lovely square cutter from the bat of classy Litton Kumar Das.
There's clearly been more intent from the Bangladesh batters against Shamar Joseph. Single or two to get to the end of the opening session on day 3. Test match nicely poised at the moment. West Indies able to get an early wicket of Shahadat Hossain, but Bangladesh's 2 senior batters in Litton Das and Mominul Haq. A real nail-biting 5 days of cricket. Make sure you stay with us wherever you are around the world. It's going to be a grind. Oh.
Welcome back to the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Bangladesh still trailing by 345 runs, just losing the solitary wicket in that first session. West Indies a mammoth 450 for 9. Bangladesh in response 105 for 3. Just about set for the second session on day 3. Umpires making their way out. It's been a hard grind for the West Indians. Maybe feel as though they should have at least picked up another in session 1, but really solid from Bangladesh, and Monimal in particular. Some 98 deliveries he's faced now. What will session 2 bring? Bangladesh 2 most experienced batters. There is Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who has scored the most runs in this WTC cycle for Bangladesh, but these two will shoulder a lot of the responsibility from the batting department. I've spoken about Monimal before and his record of 13 test match hundreds. What sort of strategies and plans have they discussed in that interval as they look to prize these remaining wickets? This partnership of 39. Always tricky to restart after an interval. Two slips and a gully. Mominul Haq. And down the leg side, some swing. Graves starts the bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Thought about the review momentarily. Are you surprised with this move, Cuddy, that Graves takes up the attack?
Well, I think he was showing some swing just before the interval, so I'm not surprised that they have started back with him. The question is how long will they make him continue? I would still like to see someone a bit more aggressive of one of the bowlers, trying to sort of ruffle the feathers of the Bangladeshi batters with a couple of short pitch deliveries, bring a bat pad in. But as you see, Greaves, they're getting a bit of shape, a bit of swing, and he showed that just before he came off. So they're hoping that he could probably come back and break this partnership. He does swing a little bit around, Justin Graves. This is the first ball after going down, but he was still very hopeful. If you judge by his body language, he probably would have wanted the referral.
Late swing. When it passed the batter, it's when you see that prodigious movement. There is a healthy wind, a cross wind, which will assist Graves in getting that ball to swing away from the right-hander. But a man on top of the world. Yesterday's exploits, and he spoke about his approach to batting. He starts it straighter, looking for that away swing. Very instructive, Cuddy, about what he said at the close of play yesterday in terms of positivity and what he interprets that to be. And just his body language, his running between the wickets, looking to score, not necessarily scoring 4s and 6s in his innings of 100, just the 4 4s. There's a general interpretation of positivity by the younger players coming through about boundary hitting. A little bit of a challenge for him at the moment to adjust to the right-left combination.
He does swings it around, and he used to do this from a very young age. If he can get some control and get it in the right areas, he could be very threatening to these batters. but he has not been bowling quite as much as probably he used to when he was much younger. But you can tell from his wrist position and his alignment that he will swing the ball.
Good areas. Given the first over after lunch, Graves, 107 for 3. Iconic figure, it really is. Not only here, but all across the globe. And this is where things stand at the moment into the middle session of day 3. Azari Joseph from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. Very economical. This should be a couple. Litton Das has that sort of positive mindset as well, looking to score when presented with the opportunity. Need to concentrate for a long period of time. Mentioned earlier that the bulk of the batting responsibility lay with these two.
They are the most 2 senior players in this squad, along with the captain Mahedi. They'll be expecting this partnership to be the one to either give them a chance of salvaging some pride in this test match. So these two will have to try to bat for as long as they can.
And Mominal in this WT cycle has now scored the most runs for Bangladesh. Litton Das, he's heading up there as well. Just look at the disparity between those 3, Mahdi Hassan, Mominal and Litton Das, compared to the others. So it reinforces the responsibility on their shoulders. A young batting unit, certainly in terms of test match experience. He's played that shot well. Cuddy, when you look at the way the surface has played today, very tough for the bowlers. What can they employ? What strategy or plan can the West Indians employ to get a wicket?
Well, I'd like to see a little bit more aggression showed at Manuel. He didn't look so comfortable earlier. You know, probably bring a bat for in, take a slip out, put someone on the hook, keep him guessing. You know, I'd like to see them run at him just a little bit more, because a couple of the short balls he played and he opened the face for third man, you know, block up that area as well. Don't give him too much get out opportunity in terms of easy way. Let him have to think about it a little bit more.
We haven't seen that short ball plan for any sustained period against Mominal. A short man, so you don't really need to get it up too high for it to be a short ball for him. Now that's too easy. Slowish outfield here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Come back for 3.
you're going to bowl that fuller length to him, you've got to have the protection. Don't mind him being driven, but you got to have the protection as well. But I'd still like to see someone like Alzari. Just try to rough him up, even for an over or two. If it doesn't work, you go back to basic. But give him something to think about.
Very well played. In the gap, bisects the two fielders. In control from high to low. Gets the boundary, 117 for 3. Last ball of the previous over, short delivery, but not to Mominol, instead to Litton Das. And just look at the way he played that. Knows that there are two fielders out in the deep, rolls his wrist on it to deliberately get it down. And there is some swing on offer, something still with this ball for Graves.
Yes, he's still getting some good late movements. You can see his right bent all the way and a bit fuller. It's going to shine there, swing it back in.
Cuddy, what is it about Justin Graves? What attributes does he have to enable him to get that swing that we're seeing from him here?
His grip on the ball and his wrist position has been very, very good. And it's been like that for years now. Probably hasn't bowled as much as he probably could have or should have. But the first time I saw him in Australia, back with the World Cup team, I thought that this kid is going to be our next genuine all-rounder because of how he was swinging it in the nets. And he hasn't lost that. And you can look at the control and then look at his wrist position at the point of release.
He's just looking to push on that front foot, Mominol. Gets another couple. So you're saying, Cuddy, because of his wrist position and his grip, it allows him to get that swing?
And his action as well. He completes the action. You can just look at him when he gets up at the point of release and then look how the wrist stays right behind the ball all the way till he finishes the action. All the way down. That point of release there is what enabled him to get some good swing.
Well fielded. So for the young fast bowlers looking on here, Cuddy, in terms of the wrist position and wrist behind the ball, can you expound on that a little bit more?
Once you have it, you keep it locked, so to speak, so at the point of release, all the wrist is still behind the ball. Right, so there's nothing wrong with breaking the wrist. See, you keep it, so the palm goes all the way down. So if you look at him on the point of release, his palm is going down with the ball as well, so he can swing it in and swing it out.
Yeah, that is such an important part of it, that final sort of snap of the wrist. And you see someone like Bumrah, who's operating right now in Australia, in the Australia Test match. And he has a very pronounced snap of the wrist, which allows him to get an additional piece. Very technical things, but important things, details that allows you to get levels of success. 120 for 3. And just quietly, this partnership has bloomed past that 50-run mark, 54 at the moment. And just look at that. Bounce and carry from Alzari Joseph. That is what you want to see.
This is a fast bowling peach. You can see with the grip of it, the scramble seam as well, to help that little outward movements, leaving the bat. Just look at the seam coming down. Whoa, look at that go. More of those, but I still would like to see him test them out just a couple of times as well.
Yeah, that was an absolute peach from Alzari. Again, it will challenge the boundary. Does he do well enough? He doesn't seem to think so. Actually, he's signaling 4. Just fallen over at the final hurdle, so to speak. A little bit of width on offer for Alzari. Back of a length, so not short and easily dealt with. Let's look at the way he opens the face of the bat to get the gap. Looking at the ball all the way. And he knew, Jaden Seals knew that it made contact with the cushion. Goes full. And with that last boundary, Mominal went past 10,000 runs in first-class cricket. What a record that is for him. High volume of runs. He's been a servant of Bangladesh cricket for a long time. Most first-class runs for Bangladesh. Imran, 11,972 runs. Mominal in 3rd position. Right, so they're setting up the short ball plan, and I think it should be a short ball plan for Mominal. But anyway, it is for Liton Das, who's taking on the short ball as well. There's a fielder position just to the right of the square leg umpire. And 2 in the deep behind him. And this is the reason why I say that, because in that first session, he didn't look very comfortable against the short ball. You can see an indeterminate footwork and not in control of those shots. I don't think that they've used this plan enough for him. And perhaps it's an opportunity for them to do so now. There you go.
would still like to have seen a bat pad as well. Take a slip out. There's nothing wrong with that if it's not, flying through the way you want it to. And put him under a bit of pressure. Let him think about it. Especially him being on 4-9. And that's a no ball signal by umpire, which means Alzari did not keep his foot behind the line for it to be legal. So there'll still be 2 balls left in this over.
They're just striving for that effort ball.
You mentioned about striving for the effort ball, and something that you need to be mindful of as a fast bowler is that if you know you're going to run in a little bit extra, you need to start your run up from probably just a little bit further back so it compensates for your stride pattern. And it's something that you try to tell young fast bowlers. If you're going to run in to bowl, you sort of make sure if your stride pattern is the same. If you think it's going to get more, then you start like a feet behind where you normally run from to give you that bit of cushion.
A third half century for Mominal against the West Indies. An innings epitomized by patience and responsibility. And still a long way to go though. 128 for 3. These two would know that this is just the start of what they hope would be a big partnership and a big innings. He's been there before. He knows what is required of him. And they look to consolidate and to rebuild. You get one little milestone out of the way. You think about the bigger picture, which is the team requirement. See a change in bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Graves replaced by Seals. Graves was getting some swing, and Seals do the same at a much higher pace. And they've got a fielder at a sort of short third, in a fly third, looking for a catch perhaps. Huge shot, some swing, and a catch as well. Finger goes up. Not altogether sure if it's LBW or caught, but either way, the finger went up and the review taken.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through Ultra Edge, please. Yes. Let's keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, roll further. Take it back 1 or 2 frames, please. Now roll further. Yeah, there is, yeah. Flat line when ball passing the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket sitting. Stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal. You're on screen.
The change of bowling brings immediate rewards for the West Indies. Jaden Seals gets the big fish. Mominal just registered his half century. Goes immediately after. 128 now for 4. captain in his 50th test. First test as captain, makes his way out to the middle. In this World Test Championship cycle, he has been the leading run scorer leading into this test match. Much improved batting all-rounder. Good start post-lunch for the West Indies and Seals. Yeah, you can see what he's doing there. He's looking for the swing. He's trying to bowl full. When the bat rather hits the pad, the face of the bat close, absolutely plumb. You just look at when the bat makes contact with the pad, it closes the face of the bat. And so when the ball comes closer to it, it's a very small target. And so he misses the ball. And that ultimately cost him his wicket. Good bowling though from Seals. Off the mark with a couple.
Miraz off the mark. Vital wicket for the West Indies. To break the partnership. Seals coming back after Justin Grave had a couple of overs. West Indies would like to press home on the advantage by picking up another wicket or two in short order.
That's what they want, Cuddy. They want wickets in quick succession, not one and having to wait a long time for another. That's what we've seen. A couple of healthy partnerships already in this test match when the West Indies batted. And that would give Bangladesh some hope as well to realize that there are runs to be scored here. And that's the way things stand at the moment for Bangladesh in their first innings.
You can see from Jaden that he's trying to bowl a lot fuller, trying to get that bit of swing, that bit of movements, which is not a bad side. And as I keep saying, top of off. Aim for top of off. If you can hit top of middle, even better. But just aim it within that area. And he has made that adjustment in this over especially to bowl just that much fuller because he's expecting to get a bit more swing. Good adjustment from Jaden Seals.
And just holding its line, that last delivery. Successful over from Jaden Seals. 50 overs bowled by the West Indies, 131 for 4. Success for Jaden Seals in his first over in this session. Hitting the pad, and then the non-striker, Liton Das, when he saw the finger raised, immediately signaled to Momino to go for the review on a couple occasions actually, and he eventually did.
Good hostile short bowling from Alzawi Joseph. He would know that the Bangladesh players, most of them, don't play the short pitch bowling very well. And even though it's a slowish surface, that's where we are at the moment. Bangladesh still trailing by 319 runs. Long way off. 131 for 4 at the moment. Conditions are a bit cooler. Sun isn't as hot as it was earlier today. Quite sure that the fielders would really appreciate this condition, nice and cool. Litton Das on 30 at the moment. Mahedi just joined him. They got to do some repairs. Good afternoon, Bish.
Hello, Sir Kirtley. Hello, everyone. Mahedi Hassan Miraz averaging 40 this year. Go back to 2 balls ago. And the short ball which discomforted him. In the past, he's tended to look to stay leg side of the back of a length delivery. He's been in good form. 100 against the West Indies in Bangladesh during the pandemic. There we go. Stays leg side of the ball and looks to punch offside, something he did in that knock that I spoke about a few years ago.
I'm not so sure if that is a high value shot, because he's in danger of edging it to the keeper or even the slip cordon if he doesn't get enough bat on it to go over the slip fielders. Certainly is staying leg side of the ball.
Yeah, Kirtley, even if you look at the last shot there, yes, it was back of a length and hard to get behind that wide line, but he does let the hands go, and you could see off stump from where he's played. So it's brought him a lot of success, particularly in that 100 a few years ago. There's also an area, yep, in the air, and it will elude the keeper. They're going hard at him with that short ball early. 135 for 4. Go. No, false start, disqualification. Some budding athletes, of course. You mentioned Winston Benjamin yesterday in our discourse, the former Antigua, Leeward Islands and West Indian fast bowler. His son Rai Benjamin was so successful at the recent Olympics. Really love the way Jaden Seals has adjusted today in terms of looking to get the ball fuller, to bring the stumps into play a little bit more. And that swing that he gets, he swings it more than so many around the globe. while that little one enjoys themselves, there's a deep backward square leg as well for Litton Das in case he wants to play that hook shot. Couple of runs. Seals berates himself because he felt he should have stopped it. And by the way, it's a forward square rather than backward square.
There he is in front of square. Warming up as well. Probably getting ready to come into the attack. Shamar Joseph. What I like about Jaden Seals-Bish, apart from the swing that he generates, he bowls in good areas consistently, and that's the key word, consistently. And it'll be interesting to see what he did yesterday and what he's doing now, to see the comparisons. If he's still consistently in the same area. Already picked up 2 wickets, Jaden Shields. Just about to complete his 13th over of the innings.
It's a very controlled shot from Litton Das.
Greg!
139 for 4.
Justin, go. I'll let Carl do it. All right, cool, yeah. All right, yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Short leg gully or leg slip in for this battle with Alzari Joseph continuing against Mehedi Hassan. Roach at previously mid-on has gone to a straightish mid-wicket. And that would be partly for the pull. Scored 97 in the last Test series against South Africa. Mahedi. There we go again with that short ball. Discomforted early.
Didn't play that very well. Just stood there, could have gone anywhere. Very, very good bowling by Alzarri Joseph. Good short delivery as well, at the body, which usually makes life a little more difficult for batters, especially if you're not good at the pull or hook shots.
If he gets room, he'll play the cut or try to play the uppercut as well. Ouch.
He certainly is not comfortable. Took his eyes off that delivery. Didn't bounce as much as the previous one. And look at that. That is a poor way to play short pitch deliveries. You have to keep your eyes on the ball for as long as possible. And then you take evasive action accordingly. He didn't do that.
You hope that he will be okay. Got hit in the assumed fleshy part. Shoulder might be right on the point of it. So you hope he's okay. These two locked horns actually in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2016. Alzarri for West Indies. Mahedi was leading Bangladesh back then. And he got, in that 2016 World Cup, Mahedi Hassan had the second most number of runs and the second most number of wickets. And he was captain at the time, so his growth has been exponential as he progressed to senior cricket. He's had his ups and downs. He's now leading his country at senior level for the first time in Test cricket.
Attempted hook shot, wasn't in control. He's very, very uncomfortable, and then was struck. I reckon, Bish, that he have to go back and work a lot more on playing short pitch deliveries, because with so much TV coverage, fast bowlers around the globe will be watching. And if you're not good at short pitch bowling, you'll be found wanting. And he could be in trouble at this level. He needs to go back and do some work.
And now what's Alzarri thinking here? What's the follow-up? Mikhail Louis was standing within earshot of Mahedi Hassan Miraz and said, "Oh, Alzarri, you're just warming up. You're only just warming up. You'll get quicker." So there's an additional fielder coming in. There's an interesting field change. Top left of your screen, there's that deepish third. Some would say, if it was closer, fly slip for the slash, the uppercut. And now there's a close infielder in Brathwaite on the offside as well as the onside.
I do like the plan of attack. because Mahedi doesn't play short pitch deliveries very well. I'm just wondering now, Bish, if maybe a good length delivery on top of off stump could be an ideal delivery to him. Because he's standing on the back foot looking for short pitch deliveries. So I reckon if you get one on a good length, he may be slow in getting on the front foot, and that could induce an edge. So something for Alzheimer Joseph to think about.
I'm sure he's thinking about attacking on a full length at some point. Now, how does Mahedi ride this? It's hot. The fast bowlers haven't tended to bowl in long spells. Can he ride this storm out and get entrenched on what is still a good batting surface?
Ambitious looking hook shot. Not so sure if that is all that convincing. He was in no position to play the pull shot. And was a bit too high as well. Wouldn't have been able to control it had he got bat on it. I reckon he should just try to get through this period.
One 139 for 4. Jaden Seals. Continues to learn, continues to understand when to be defensive and when to attack. It's still a work in progress. Mentioned yesterday, none of the deliveries would actually have hit the stump. He bowled a really good length. And today, much different in the volume that would actually have gone on to hit the stumps or pass below bail height. One of those got rid of Muminul Haq. And you're going to risk the odd drive and the odd run scoring opportunity going down the ground. So it's understanding, how do I set up my full length delivery? When do I go full, to whom I go full, and when to just pull my length back, be a little bit more defensive in looking to set up the wicket.
And that's what it's all about, making adjustments. And Jaden Seals certainly has done that. And you mentioned about even if you've been driven once or twice down the ground, that certainly won't hurt the West Indies cause. They got a huge total on the board. So nothing wrong. We've been driven a couple of times trying to get a wicket.
Deep square leg has come up to saving one. No short leg for Mahedi Hassan against Seals. 4 men in the slip quarter, no. still feel while Seals looks to get the outside edge or attack the stumps, you could still have the short leg, even if it as a psychological ploy for Jaden Seals, who is quick enough with the short ball anyway. Instead, he's going to send the square leg back, so setting in motion the thought, at least, of the short ball in the mind of Mehedi.
I will get a short leg in as well. Well bowled, another good short delivery. Didn't play it well again. Mehedi Hassan, he's really struggling. That is why I would have put a short leg in. That was a good delivery. Could have gone anywhere. I would sacrifice the mid-on and put a short leg just for that pop-up. Having a few things to say, Jaden Seals. A few kind words, I guess.
Man under the helmet. That is not a convincing hook shot at all. I won't repeat what was just said. 140 for 4. Choppy waters for Bangladesh at the moment. 140 for 4. They're being tested. Certainly Mehedi is being tested. Litton Das so far has looked more solid. He has looked more accomplished against the short ball so far than Mehedi Hassan Miraz has. Battle continues.
Is Al Jose going to continue the line of attack with a few short pitch deliveries to Mehedi Hassan? He's been struggling so far. He tried a few pull shots, Bish, but not very convincing, I might add.
Your thought about the length ball should come at some point in the over, but no doubt if there's a sequence of deliveries at Mehedi, the short ball will come.
Something that Azari could at least try. Now, he's looking for short pitch deliveries. Mehedi Hassan. I'm just wondering, Bish, if maybe a Yorker would do the trick. But the funny thing about that, if he doesn't get it right, Bish, and he's driven down the ground, most of us would probably say that's not good bowling. The field wasn't set for that. However, if he gets it right and he gets the wicket, we all will be rejoicing. Great bowling. So it's a fine line between trying a Yorker. But at the same time, it's worth it. If you get driven for 4, that's not going to hurt you really. But you know how we are in the Caribbean, you know. Because we're very knowledgeable when it comes to cricket.
Well, the way that he's playing, he's having some words of advice from 1 or 2 bowlers and fielders, not least in the last over.
You can't pull it. All right. Where's your point as captain, though? You have to hold a spot up? Huh? Sorry. Yeah, he's a little bit.
Well, just like I mentioned, Bish, some kind words. Jaden Seals, I tell you. I tell you something. Look at the difference between Alzari and Jaden Seals. Alzari is certainly aggressive looking and doesn't smile whatsoever. Jaden Seals offering some kind words to Mahedi and with a smile on his face. That's just like you and I, Bish. He was always aggressive. I was the cool one.
Steve was on the phone to you, Andy. I nearly copped it when the late Dean Jones asked you to move the wristband off as well. Jaden has seen enough of the inside the match referee's office in his young career. Yeah, he's just got to weather it. He's just got to see it through, Mahedi Hassan. 141 for 4. I just have seen the end of a spell from Alzari, Joseph. They could go from one Joseph to the next. Alzari consistently the fastest. Shamar next on his heels. Seals down in 4th place. Taskin up at 132. It's a total contrast with this man, Lytton Das, who has 4 half-centuries against the West Indies. 53 in St. Lucia back in 2022. Trying to show his experience, and good to see him playing the ebbs and flows so far of the innings.
Jaden Seals continue his good spell. Mostly attacking the stumps. Because even though the surface have really flattened out a lot, there's still occasionally where you get the ball to seam away and bounce. So bowling fairly straight and attacking the stumps, forcing the batters to play consistently is a good plan. And he's doing just that.
The other thing to add to that is when you're playing on surfaces like these, and we've walked this road before, a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times that movement you talked about, occasional, when the movement is occasional, you're going to have to bowl a certain number of overs to get your success. You're going to have to plug away, you're going to have to remember when to defend, when to attack. And because you're attacking the stumps, a defensive shot must not be met with a drop of the shoulder as if it's a disrespect to me as a bowler. These are the conditions. You're going to get a number of those. So the spirit must remain high. Remember, West Indies in the time left, because they're the home team and a superior record to Bangladesh, certainly here in the Caribbean, need to get another 16 wickets to win the test match.
One thing we've noticed, the fielders are really supporting the bowlers in a huge way.
Good discipline, maiden over, 141 for 4. A welcome time for all concerned with the Blue Waters drinks break.
Some enterprising cricket being played in the 11 overs since the lunch break. Liton Das scoring has dried up, but he's made sure that he has not given his wicket away. Mahedi has had an interesting 25 deliveries at the crease, withstanding an examination of short bowling. Samuel Badri alongside, 2 wickets to fall today.
Kemar Roach just continues to have success at this venue. Nice and fullish delivery, getting the edge and a low catch for Kavem Hodge. Some really good fast bowling from the West Indies early up. And then post lunch, the wicket of Mominul Haq. First delivery for Jaden Seals in that spell. Bang on target.
Yeah, Justin Graves bowled a spell immediately after lunch, which some could say helped in the setup of the wicket. Mominul haven't seen Kemar Roach since, but Seals and Joseph have supported each other well. Alzari Joseph, that is. Haven't seen Shamar Joseph just yet. 309 runs Bangladesh trail by. They'll want to get at least within 150. So they'll need these two and Jakar Ali to come do the majority of the run scoring. Right, always an event when cricket comes to Antigua, but they offer so much more as well. The Antigua Art Week coming up very soon, and it offers you, the tourists or the West Indians, to come in and taste the vibrant energy of art, music, fashion, spoken word, of course, and then everybody loves a bit of dance. They do their thing at the Art Week. Great celebration of Antiguan culture. 27th of November. See you there. Kima Roach for the first time after lunch. Relief for Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Alzari Joseph bowled a 7-over spell. Good shift from him.
You say relief, but this is the most successful bowler here. Kima Roach, very experienced. He'll no doubt be looking to probe away on that off-stump line. Such a remarkable transformation for Mahedi Hassan. From a batting perspective, the way he's able to make scores, the most productive batter for Bangladesh in this WTC cycle, leading into this test match.
Thought about it. Would have always been dangerous, but you can sense Mahedi under some pressure, wanting to get off strike.
And that's exactly what the fielders are saying. He wants to get off strike. He wants to be at the non-striker's end. Joseph is a good athlete. Good, powerful throw. That would have been suicidal. Good judgment from Liton Das, though.
And if he can weather this storm, Sam, if Mahedi can get through this period, let's say to the end of this session, it would be right on par with what he's done and the importance of his knocks this year. 4 50s for him in 2024, most ever for him in a calendar year. And in the wins as well, in the wins against Pakistan, a couple of 50s then. 97 to rescue them against South Africa from 112 for 6. And he was the man alongside Liton Das in that game when they went down to 26 for 6 to help Bangladesh get to 262. They ended up winning that game. So he knows all too well about sustaining high periods of pressure, Mahedi. Maiden, 1-4-1 for 4.
Don't let him off, don't let him off.
There's no way I understand where this man read name Mahedi. What? I want a Hedi. True. What? Hedi?
won't be new to dealing with pressure with bat in hand, Mahedi, but he'll be new to batting at 6. Only the second time in 50 tests that Mahedi's batting in this position. A number of people have felt he should go up the order based on his return. So, seen Roach for the first time after lunch. Now Shamar Joseph. Full, very full. Kumar Dharmasena either thinks there's some bat involved or it's missing leg.
Did give a little indication that he felt it was going down the leg side, Kumar Dharmasena, so there is that discussion. Craig Brathwaite has taken the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra-edge, please.
Good boys. You catch him there, Shema. I like that. He camping back, Shema. That bat was late. That bat was very late, Shema. Catch my heady with one of those.
Waiting for the ultra-edge, Kumar. It's building up.
Heady is looking for everything short, Shema. You get him on strike. Heady stump very hard, Shema.
Just keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, flat line when ball passing the bat. Satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets missing. Stay with your original decision, Kumar. Stand by. You are on screen. Please signal. Thank you.
Good decision. West Indies down to 1 review, but it was a good change-up and good start from Joseph after a series of short bowling to both Litton and Mahedi. First ball of his spell to go full. Almost caught him by surprise.
Yeah, not dissimilar to what we saw from Jaden Seals. His first delivery into Mominal full and caught him by surprise. Almost history repeating itself there.
So far, 3 of that scramble seam getting deviation off the pitch. Responsible this knock from Litton Das. Amidst all the chaos and noise, he's been resolute.
Real test match innings from him. That patience and concentration that we saw from Justin Graves is what they're hoping that he can exhibit. Still a long way to go in this match. Still trailing by 307. So the one batter so far in this lineup that has handled the short ball well, Litton Das. That previous stroke just helping the ball on its way, not trying to hit it because he's cognizant of the fielders in the deep. So just sort of tapping it on its head. And you can see there that deliberate control. So it doesn't get to the fielder on the full.
.144 for 4. Bit of inward movement there from Roach, and the wind is really up at the moment. We saw when Mominal batted from the opposite end how much that wind factor helped bring the ball back into the left-hander.
That's what he does generally. Kemar Roach, a few deliveries in. And then there's one that with a scramble seam holds its line. And that's what you, as a right-hand batter, will be looking for. That seam position, looking very closely at the ball to try to pick up any sort of cues that may assist you and enable you to play the delivery. This is what our colleague Ian Bishop would refer to as investment bowling, Nikhil. Not every delivery or you're going to be searching for a wicket, but there's a build-up, a process by which you can take those wickets.
And I wondered if something similar happened with Mominal's dismissal, Sam. I know other people, and I think you guys were discussing it coming back from lunch, and maybe going with one of the 4 senior options, but the fact that they did go with Justin Graves, there were a number of deliveries, one that hit the inside edge, a number of deliveries which he bowled that targeted Mominal's pads, and he swung the ball back into him. And then Alzarri Joseph was able to follow up from the other end after being quite wide, attacking the stumps. More swing again. And then, of course, when Seals came on, they were able to get that wicket finally. So bowling in partnerships and support, good to see.
Lots of movement, that previous delivery from Kemar Roach.
Tight over, 145 for 4. Been great to see the effort. Also great to see Alzarri Joseph and his leadership of this young group of men. Seen him a number of times walk to meet Jaden Seals as he goes off the field, have a chat with him about his series of deliveries. Matthew Ford mentioned in the ODI series how much he's becoming a leader of the attack. And constantly at practice you see him in communication with the bowlers across formats. 50 balls now for the West Indies without a boundary. Got patience. Can they frustrate Litton enough, or will he crack? Still kept those 2 men deep leg side boundary in case he wants to have that release. Most of deliveries would have, his deliveries at least, Shamar Joseph would have attacked the bat and pads of Litton. Nice change up. Beautiful. Great setup and sequencing of deliveries. The West Indies have toiled hard for this wicket. They've got Litton Das.
And smiles for Shamar. Good sustained pressure from the West Indies. High quality bowling from Joseph. Good pace. And a shot that he has played well so far in the innings up until that point brings about his demise. Litton Das goes for a well-played 40, but 145 and half the side down now.
Jafar Ali, just his second test match. A good start with that 58 coming against South Africa a couple weeks ago in Bangladesh.
He's played the pull shot to good effect generally in that innings. Maybe a little bit too close to him. And onto the stumps. He'll be disappointed with his dismissal. But good reward for the West Indies. Shamar Joseph had to wait for his reintroduction into the attack. And he gets some success.
Reward for the West Indies. They worked hard for that wicket. 145 for 5. Still 305 runs behind. And clearly, Sam, that investment bowling you're speaking of and being a bit more patient would have been a discussion at the drinks break. Because since then, when Roach and Seals have come on, sorry, Roach and Joseph have come into the attack, 4 runs conceded in 5 overs. Shamar Joseph, that is. So they've done enough to frustrate Litton to eventually force him into playing that shot.
Yeah, there's always been a strong correlation between dot deliveries made in overs and wickets falling throughout the history of Test match cricket. So it's a tried and proven strategy. If you can be patient enough, restrictive enough in Test match cricket, batters usually like to score. The name of the game is runs. It's increasingly rare in the contemporary era where you can find a batter who's just biding his time for long periods of time. Generally, they like to score. Some likes to score in boundaries, others like to score in singles and doubles, as we saw from Justin Graves. But the general modus operandi of a batter is to field bat on ball and to rotate strike. And if as a bowling group you can stop them from doing that, it usually brings about an unforced error. A mistake, as was the case there with Litton Das. So if you invest for long enough, you will get dividends, as with anything else, not only in cricket.
Time he's missed his run up. I think the rule of thumb, Sam, I could be wrong, but I think 3 maidens usually brings a wicket.
Yeah, I think we'll have to deep dive a little bit more. I think that's too few for Test match cricket. Batters should be able to demonstrate greater patience. But with a heavy diet of white ball cricket and increasingly T20 cricket, that patience level has diminished. And this is not only for Bangladesh or for the West Indies. When you look globally in Test match cricket, see a lot of batters who don't bat as long as they used to.
Now the maiden, more pressure. 145 still for 5.
Can't tell you how much I enjoyed watching that last half an hour, and I know that it could come across as boring, but to see the discipline executed by the bowling group was pleasing to see. Times you have to bowl a little defensively to bring eventually that wicket. Leading up to it, it was 5 runs in 6 overs before the wicket fell. So nice learnings for Shamar Joseph from Jaden Seals. Of course, Alzari and Roach have been around the park, Roach, much longer than anyone. And that was really good group bowling. Now can Ali and Mehedi stitch something together? Tell us a little bit about Ali Atta. Hello to you.
Hello, Bish. Hello, everyone. Jakar Ali has had success in a domestic first-class competition and recently made debut against South Africa. Got a 50 in that debut test match. He someone who likes to play shots, but this is a different ball game. To be able to see what the batters have struggled with. That one just keeping a shade low. He's nearly 3,000 runs in first-class career. Average of 41. He had pretty decent success if you look at those stats. But the elevation to play Test cricket is a completely different ball game, especially if you're playing in overseas conditions like he is right now.
I'd love to discuss him a little bit more, but just going back to Liton Das and the pull shot that he played so confidently, the lengths early on were a lot shorter in my estimation. And so he played it comfortably until, from Shamar Joseph, one that wasn't perhaps as short, certainly didn't bounce as high, was the reason he inside edge at the back of a dry period of bowling. West Indies, to use the English term, bowled dry for about half an hour. And another maiden over, bowling dry continues, 145 for 5. I don't know who they are, but they're often here, cloaked in their Antigua flag and clothing and West Indies memorabilia, and they're often sitting right in that exact spot during international cricket, etc. To send our producer over there at tea time to find out. Justin Graves. Graves bowling from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end for the first time. He bowled previously from the other end. And you mentioned Ali there, and he hit 6 sixes in a T20 innings against Sri Lanka earlier this year. I think it was in May, which emphasizes exactly what you talked about. Innings of 68. Just over point. Mehedi gets a chance to extend the arms and picks up his second boundary.
Well, if you speak about Bangladesh batting woes, he's the one who's been in very good touch. Mehdi Hasan Miraj. Again, enough on the bat and up and over on square of the wicket on the offside for a boundary. The problem is he just keeps on losing partner from the other end. And makes life difficult. Not just for him, for any batter in that position. You're just going back to Jakar Ali. Selectors feel that he can play a part in this lineup to be able to do something special, because he did pick up a 50 in that debut test match against South Africa at home, but completely different conditions. As a youngster, when you get that opportunity, you've got to learn very quickly. Overboard. Because there will be dry period, as you rightly pointed out, and that should not fluster you as a batter. A lovely seam presentation, good lines, and a nice bit of a shape away, just enough. Again, it's quite wide, isn't it? For someone like Mehdi Hassan Miraj to be able to try to play it rather than to leave it to the keeper. That's the difficulty of test match cricket. Both the batters, if you look back, both the batters, Lichun Kumar Das and even Momin ul Haq, were looking pretty solid. But just a lapse of concentration, the dismissal that you spoke about, Lichun Kumar Das, a little bit too close to the body, got crammed up, and maybe not that shot to go and try to play that pull shot. And the dismissal of Momin ul Haq, just the bat twisting and closing the face of the bat, trying to play towards the mid-wicket area rather towards mid-on. Single to finish the over. 150 on the board for Bangladesh, 150 for 5.
Shamar Joseph. Another 18 or so minutes until the tea interval. West Indies have had to be patient. Meherry has had to be very patient. Kevin Sinclair is on the field at a, well, I'd have to say short leg, given that when Casey Carty had the helmet on, he's in the same position. Sinclair does not have a helmet on. Number 77, right of your screen. Nice. Couple of runs.
Now there's nothing wrong with that shot played by Madison Miraj. Short, it rose up, and he was in control when he played that pull shot. Just a single wicket in the first session. But the second session has been good for West Indies, where they managed to pick two well-set batter.
Slight change in the field now. Alzari Joseph is moved from a typical mid-on position, right of your screen, to a deepish mid-wicket, and I could hear Kevin Sinclair say, get the short ball higher.
Yeah, when you put a fielder in the deep, especially down the leg side in the square of the area, what it suggests to the batter is that I'm looking to bowl your short pitch delivery. This time around it was a Fuller. Played it nicely straight to the fielder.
It's the attempted short ball.
Challenge for the skipper, Madison Mirage, is to pick the right one. Now the field is well set. Two fielders, one at fine leg and one at in between. Not really deep, but he's still there at square leg, right on the right of the screen. They would be hoping that he does not connect. That fielder comes into play.
Right on.
1-5-2 for 5.
Goodbye, sir. Courtney Ambrose. Good night to the legend.
Kevin Sinclair's left the field. Jaden Steele is back. I was about to listen to some of Kevin's commentary, actually. He was going well. Justin Graves.
The last time they batted together was in that test match against South Africa, where Jackarelli picked up a 50, and with him was Madison Mirage. Could have picked up his second test match 100. Got a 97. Partnership of 138 for the 7th wicket. Be teasing him with those kind of deliveries and inviting Jackarelli to take the bait. A little bit wide on both occasions. Let it go to the keeper. problem starts when they middle it and they start finding the fielder on a regular basis. Can be frustrating. Important to stay calm because if you're middling it, it's fine, it's okay. As a batter, you would want to go in and start middling the ball. Ample time for them to score runs as long as they don't play a false shot.
$154 for 5. Mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket in place. There is the mid-wicket now in Jaden Seals. Behind him is Alzari Joseph. I'm guessing just for the occasion of the short ball that is pulled in front of square. There's Kimaro, just a wideish fine leg down the top of your screen. Stroked that away very, very well. Scoring has been few and far between for Mehedi, and that was as good so far in his innings.
Full and wide. And he latches onto it. Struck it nicely. His bowling has been fantastic. His bowling has been very good. But what he has done in the last couple of years, that he has improved his batting quite a lot. And he's been consistent. You mentioned earlier that this year he's averaging more than 40 with the bat, Mehdi Hasan Miraj. Change of angle? Nope.
If he gets a sequence, I'm sure we'll see a short ball. That's why previously you had Kevin Sinclair in at short leg and Casey Carty in at short leg. That's gone behind square, so that would not have gone to that short leg had it been there. What we might see is an over of slow bowling as we head towards tea as well. About 7 minutes away. Had an over from Kovem Hodge, an over from Alec Afanese yesterday. Control of length has been very good for the West Indies since lunch today. 43% into that good length area. They've gone slightly full as well. 21% without overpitching too much. And then a liberal sprinkling of short deliveries. A lot of it went at Mehdi Hasan Miraj. A few at Liton Das.
West Indies feel that they can certainly put them on the back foot and apply a little bit more pressure if they keep on bowling those short pitch deliveries. That's the reason that you see in the graphic a little while earlier, the number of deliveries on the shorter side has also increased. So they mixed it up very nicely. It is not always short. Back of the length, maybe a 1 or 2 ball fuller, but there is a tendency where they tend to bowl short.
$160 for 5. $55 runs in this session so far for the loss of 2 wickets. We will get some spin now with Kapem Hodge.
Oh yes, Craigie. Start, Craigie. Hodgie.
64 first-class wickets at 36 and a half.
Go in, Hodgie. One, Jaden.
With that single made, Miraj will be on strike. He spoke about his batting exploits, especially this year, 2022. He averaged only 12, just above 12. 2023, just above 39. So 2023 and 2024 has been very good, averaging more than 40 this year. What a fine player for Bangladesh. In the 2016 Under-19 World Cup, he was a player of the tournament. You were there. Bangladesh playing at home. And he's that sort of a player who wants to take the challenge, who wants to take the responsibility, who wants to perform under pressure. That has been one of his high-quality features. Once again, gets in where the team is in trouble. $163 for 5.
Next time. Yeah, slightly. Next time. Center. Thank you.
Go small man, let him know you're different, small man.
Alec Athanaze.
Oh yes, small man. Yes, small man. Well done, Alec. Go in, Alec. Work, Alec.
One wicket in Test cricket for Alec Affinage, that of Rohit Sharma in his debut series. Kabem Hodge with 2 wickets, Jamie Smith and Ben Stokes. But generally, part-timers, certainly at this level, Kabem Hodge much more established as a bowler domestically. Batting all-rounders, them certainly in the case of Hodge. So that should be tea. 60 runs and a couple of wickets in that session. Mehdi Hassan had to work dutifully and bravely at times for his 22 from 61 after he received a barrage of short deliveries from Alzari Joseph. He just managed to weather it and see it through, and he's been brave. Ali 5 of 22. 68 overs in the innings. Yep. Appreciation for the bowling group, especially because of wonderful discipline for Craig Brathwaite's group of seam bowlers. Fielders encouraged them all the way through. You could hear the noise from Mikhail Louis, Kevin Sinclair when he was on the field, 1 or 2 others encouraging Roach, Seals, and Joseph by 2 with Justin Graves. Get a chance to have a break and re-establish themselves again for the final session. 50 for Muminal, but on getting there, Jaden Seals managed to get one past the inner part of the bat. 40 to Liton Das, the 2 leading scorers. Mehedi still there on 22. 2 for 31 for Jaden Seals. Look at the economy rate as well in trying circumstances. Alzari Joseph was aggressive when he wanted to be consistent, when he wanted to be 1 wicket for him, for Shamar Joseph as well, and 1 for Kemar Roach. Bangladesh still trailing by 285. They are 165 for 5. 1 more session coming up on this 3rd day's play. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will have some analysis for you with Nikhil and guests.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We hope you've enjoyed an enterprising middle session here on day 3, the moving day in a test match. Started with Bangladesh forming a nice partnership, but then the West Indies hitting back with a couple of late wickets and one of Liton Das. Great to be here, and hopefully you've stayed with us for this bit of analysis. I've got Atar Ali Khan, former Bangladeshi batter, and of course Courtney Walsh, former West Indian fast bowler. Atar Ali, tell me about Mominul Haq. He's now averaging 37 this year away from home. It's been something that's plagued him in the past. What is he doing and improved on a bit better?
Well, certainly the thing that caught my eye initially when he came on to bat was to take some time, because he likes to play few shots early on, and knowing that he's very strong straight off the wicket on the offside, that's where he likes to cut and pick runs. But once he does get set, then he gets into that shell that, yes, he gives a little bit more importance for him to bat for a longer period of time. Former captain, more centuries than anybody else for Bangladesh in Test cricket, 13. And when he did get set up, and the disappointing part for me is that when you see him get set, then you see him play that sort of a shot to get out. He got tucked up because the bat got behind the pad, fell over, and he missed the line just after, after that break. So disappointing, but he looked the part, didn't he? But yes, got to give credit to the West Indian bowlers to knock him over after he picked up another 50.
And Courtney, speaking of that dismissal, what impressed you about the seamer's approach to Mominul after getting him out after being quite set?
I think what I was really impressed with was yesterday there was probably a little bit too short, but today you saw the effort being made to bowl a fuller length, attack the stumps, keep the stumps in play. And Jaden Seals to me did that very consistently. He might have erred a little bit and been over-pitched, but that's what you want to see. You've got a lot of runs on the board, you want to make sure the batsman play. And I was very impressed with his approach this morning. His rhythm looked okay, his confidence is coming back, but what I liked was the fuller length. He wasn't afraid of being driven, and that's what you want to see. Keeping the stumps in play. I think all the bowlers were a lot more disciplined today as well. Azhar with that extra pace, hitting good areas. The hard ones still doing a little bit, so there's still a little bit out there. But the wicket is getting easier and easier, so you've got to put a little bit more effort in it.
And discipline must have been the center of attention at the drinks break, because after Mominul was dismissed, 6 overs where the West Indies only conceded 5 runs before they got the wicket of Liton Das. What did you like about the way that they sort of contained the Bangladeshi batters?
Well, they realized the fact that since the ball was not doing too much, they wanted to attack the stump, just like what Courtney Walsh mentioned a little while earlier. And as a bowler, if you keep maintaining good line and length and hitting the good areas and dry up the runs, because it does work at the back of your head that you've batted so long, you've picked up a 50, and Liton Kumar was well set for his 40. It was looking good. But then, not trying to pick up run, not really getting opportunities. And this one, I thought it was not that short to go and play that pull shot, because it could have been a little bit more on a defensive side. Little bit closer, a little bit cramped up, tried the pull shot, inside edge, done deal.
And Courtney, we had seen that pull shot from Liton Das a couple of times early in the innings, and they went short to him. How much did that factor into his dismissal and maybe the shot selection?
I think he was expecting a lot more short balls to bowl at him, and that's why I said the discipline of bowling a little bit fuller would have played in his mind, because that's his favorite shot. He likes to cut, he likes to pull, and he really pulls pretty well. So I think when Shamar came up with that extra pace and that delivery, it was not there for that type of shot, but he was sort of anticipating and expecting it, looking forward for it. They starved him a little bit, and he tried to force the issue, and that's what make his downfall.
And seeing that shorter length and seeing the pull shot as well, Mahedi Hassan Miraz really weathered a storm and an examination of West Indian fast bowling. What does it say about his character that he's been able to get through that and is still at the crease?
Well, absolutely brilliant, because if you see what he has done this year with batting, he averages more than 40. And he likes to go and take up the challenge in difficult conditions, because that's not easy to go and survive, because first thing was to survive, and if there's an opportunity, he will look to score run. He's still not looking to score runs quickly. If it's there, he'll play a few shots, but then again, has to be tough, and he's looked very tough in terms of what he has done so far.
And just quickly, from Jaka Ali, his partner now, what can we expect from him after tea?
Look, only the second test match for him, so a lot of pressure will be him, but in the dressing room, they'll be telling him, just go and bat. Bat with Mahedi Hassan Miraz as long as possible. I mean, that's the key, if they can do it.
Courtney, what will you be telling the West Indian seamers who had a decent workload now building up to this point about how to get these next 5 wickets?
They have to come back out with the same attitude, probably a little bit more aggression at the lower table. I think this is maybe Bangladesh's last big batting pair. If you can prize one of these out, you'll have an end to bowl to build some pressure. So try to get one more wicket as quickly as you can and then try to drive it home.
Atali, what can we expect from Bangladesh's low order? I know Hassan Mahmood has gone up the order as night watch a couple of times this year.
Well, I'm expecting a fight. That's exactly what they will be telling themselves. Can we put up a fight? I know the West Indies are in the driving seat at the moment, but if you can put up a fight, they can just unfluster the bowlers, and that's exactly what they would love to do.
Right, fight will be the theme of that third session. Mahedi, he's the main fighter, chief head of battle for this Bangladesh team. He's been resilient with bat in hand. This year, the West Indies will be looking for 5 and to enforce a big lead going into day 4. You know the saying, you win day 3, you likely win the test match. All to play for when we come back in the final session.
Weather continues to be fair here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium in Antigua. And West Indies got to 450 for 9 after being inserted. Graves with a masterful century, maiden test done for him. Anthony's and Louis falling short, agonizingly short. Bangladesh in reply, 165 for 5. Mominal with 50 and still trailing by a substantial 285 runs. Highlights of that middle session then, two most experienced batters, Mominal and Liton Das,
started off quite cautiously, but were quick to pounce on the few loose deliveries that they got. Generally a disciplined bowling effort from the West Indies. Another test match half century for the former Bangladesh captain, Mominul. A little bit of celebration there for him, but shortly after that celebration was short-lived. LBW first ball from Jaden Seals in that spell, plumb in front. And then a testing period for the captain, Mehdi Hassan. Some good short deliveries, uncomfortable for him, taking a couple blows. Then Liton Das, a shot that brought him some reward, eventually bringing about his demise rather. And a couple boundaries for Mehdi Hassan, who's growing in confidence, one of their standout batters this year. And so those two, Mehdi and Jaka, a partnership of 20, taking them to the break. And some starts for Bangladesh. No one really pressing on. And that's the issue. Mehdi with 22 will be hoping that he can convert to something significant. Bowling for the West Indies, Jaden Seals with a couple. He continues to impress. 2024 has been quite good for him. Roach with another to add to his tally here at this venue. Joseph quite disciplined. Azari that is, and so too Shamar Joseph. A wicket apiece for them. 7 overs for Graves, who's helping out. 1 wicket in session 1 for 65 runs, a couple in session 2 for 60 runs. The West Indies will be hoping that more wickets stumble in this one. And from a Bangladesh standpoint, they'll be hoping that they can withstand this session and perhaps score some runs. Usually runs flow in session 3. Test match cricket continues here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. 450 for 9 plays, 165 for 5 at this stage. 285 away, 5 wickets in hand. He's just shadow batting and visualizing what he wants to do, Jaka Ali. New to the test match arena. Spoken about the senior players being unavailable. And a lot of responsibility on the younger ones. West Indies just reinforcing what they want to achieve in session 3. Secondly, Ambrose alongside me. Secondly, it's been a tough grind for the West Indies. We mentioned at the start of the day's play in the pitch report that it's going to be challenging, not much in the surface. How would you assess the overall performance from the West Indies bowlers to date?
They have shown incredible patience, and that is what's going to be required on a surface like this. They've been disciplined. Certainly has been a long, hard grind for them. They're just about to start the 3rd and final session of today, but it's been very, very tough. The odd delivery still seeming a bit, but it has little for the batters to worry about.
Kavem Hodge with the first over after the interval. Just a couple wickets for him in test match cricket. surprised to see this secretly?
Well, if you cast your mind back, young Badri, from the very first day when we did the pitch report and we mentioned our Loftus spinner. I mean, a front line spinner in the lineup. I also said because maybe of the good grass covering, why they opted for 4 fast bowlers. But I suspected that a spinner could come in handy later on. Kavim Hodge. Can't really call him a front line spinner, can you? So I think that is where the West Indians, the skipper and the coaching staff miss a trick. Simply means the fast bowlers will have to put in a lot more work.
11 overs after this one for that second new ball. So just maybe trying to get a few overs out of the way. 166 for 5. Joseph, Alzari Joseph from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 16 overs for him. He's operated from both ends. Quickest of the lot, along with the other Joseph, Shamar Joseph. So with a silly mid-on in position, expect a few short deliveries, also a leg slip. Deep forward square and a deep fine leg, so that short ball is definitely an option for Alzari. Yep, as expected. He's been tested with that short delivery before. Hasn't looked very comfortable. So this is good from the West Indies. There's a clear plan, isn't it, secretly?
And it is working quite well at the moment. Mehdi Hassan is looking very uncomfortable. And I suspect and have a strong feeling that he's going to edge one of those short deliveries to the slip cordon. He played a few earlier before the break where he popped up just on the offside. One of these could edge to the slip cordon.
Well played, negotiated that one well. And trying to get it a little bit higher though. Aiming at that grill. Seems intent on getting behind the line of the delivery, not thinking about getting under it, which could enthuse Alzari Joseph. And that's the one. So it's the setup. Short, 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 and a little bit fuller, and just having a waft at it.
Good bowling. Hitting in the right area as well. And that's what it is when a batter is not very comfortable facing short pitch deliveries. He's inclined to stay on the back foot a lot. So when there's a delivery on a good length, he's always slow in coming forward. And that's good bowling by Alzarri Joseph.
In the air and taken. That's the plan, and the plan comes to fruition. We've been calling for something like that all day, and finally, it's brought reward. Brilliant bowling from Alzarri Joseph. The skipper has to go.
Classical fast bowler's dismissal. As I mentioned a few moments ago, he pops them up just on the offside. This time, popped it up, and a very, very simple catch to make a Louis a short leg. Good fast delivery at the body. Had no idea how to play it. And success at last. Mehedi Hassan is going for 23. 166 for 6.
Come on, Zari Joe!
Taijul, a new batter for Bangladesh in a spot of trouble, 166 for 6. Expect some more aggression from Alzarri. Yeah, just backing away a little bit off the mark though. First delivery. Successful over, 167 for 6.
Left hander. Hey, go in. Listen. Yo, you know by a house, brother. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, you money up. Hey, can't afford that, Jaden. Can't afford that. Can't afford to lose money.
Hodge continues. Taijul on strike. We'll be coming back for a couple outer portion of the bat.
Go in, Aji. My God.
Basically, I suppose that they're just using Hodge to get to that second new ball. Obviously, if he gets a wicket, that's a bonus. But certainly, when that second new ball becomes available, it will be very, very interesting to see how these two cope. So credit to Alzarri for still running in with all of that aggression with this ball that is into the 70s in terms of overs.
No.
169 for 6.
Next up.
Tasking Hassan Mahmoud Shariful, the batters to come. Alzari continues. In the air, just away from Joshua Da Silva. Really creating some problems here off the glove.
Another good short delivery.
Yeah, a couple deliveries in the last over. That one was played very comfortably, but the other one a little bit shorter and a little bit higher. And it wasn't able to keep it down. I was just mentioning in that over, potentially considering getting under the delivery as opposed to trying to get behind it. His protection there, so just a single. So sometimes as a batter, you have to make that split-second decision as to whether or not you want to get under it because of the length, or if you want to get behind it. That one wasn't too bad. This one got really big on him. Took his eyes off the ball and was not in control, bringing about his demise. And that is the sort of height that he'd be looking for. He had to take that bottom hand off to try to play it softly, but still high on the bat. And Mikhail Louis will not get an easier catch in his test match career. That was the 8th time he was dismissed via the short ball, Mehdi Hassan Miraz. So, as you were mentioning in a previous stint, secretly, it's an area that he has to go back and do some work, because other teams, other bowlers looking on would certainly target him with that type of delivery.
That was the good one. Shaped up for a split second to play, and then bailed out at the last second. It was well played in the end. It was a good short ball again from Alzari Joseph. And that is what I like to see, some aggression, some aggressive bowling. Even though the pitch is a bit placid, you know, you have to keep batters honest. Let them know I can still get it up.
I'm not surprised that you like to see that secretly, that type of aggression. Yeah, he gets into the line after he plays the ball quite well, doesn't he, Tygel? But during the process of playing the ball, he's sort of all over the shop. We're getting a bit of encouragement from his fielders. They like the pace, come down with something. They're just giving him some energy, Mikhail Louis. Off target. 172 for 6.
Yazzie.
The great man, after whom this stadium is named. Wonderful exploits. He scored the first Test match century, hailing from this island in 1974, a long time back, admired globally.
They're going to go.
Very well played.
Go, Alec.
And I suppose for Bangladesh, their first target now would be 251 to avoid the follow-on. That's a long way away. And with the new ball due in some 7.2 overs,
No, you're good, you're good. Just do room.
it'll be tricky. And even though 251 is the follow-on score, it doesn't mean that the West Indies will necessarily enforce it if they don't get there. They might just up to bat again, get a few more runs on the board and let them bat last on this pitch. 177 for 6. Zahari Joseph in the midst of a fiery spell. They're just looking to push him back because of the previous dismissal as well. It would be on the back of his mind. Jaka Ali also has the option to go full, which he's tried to catch the batters just hanging back. And this is what real pace does. It models your thinking. It affects your footwork. And this is why these fast bowlers are so important in surfaces like these. Raw pace important. Yeah, took him on, gets it fine, gets the boundary, Jaka Ali.
Just a little bit misdirected that time. So once the batter got bat on it, always going to be safe.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind that too much, Zahari Joseph. There's a change in field, so Craig Brathwaite, who was in that leg slip position, drops close to the boundary because Jaka Ali seems to be prepared to take on the short ball. And there you can see Craig Brathwaite right off screen in that fine leg sort of position. But he's there more for a catch. Almost to Kemar Roach, just short of him. So there are a couple fielders there, and he's still playing the shot.
Zari, you got two to this man. You got two to him, Zari. Make it down.
Almost carried
Catch it.
Kemar Roach.
You got two to him, Zari. You got two to him,
And that is
Zari.
something that
Make these
batters
two down. Head, height, body line.
has to understand.
Look at Zari. Look at Zari.
You don't have to take on the fast bowler when he's bowling short deliveries.
Ramped just out of the reach of Joshua Da Silva. Not convincing, but it gets him a boundary.
I like this, Zari. I like this. Somebody explain to me. How the non-strike
Just eluded Joshua Da Silva, the wicket keeper. That was a poor shot, really. That was a getting out shot. Should have left it alone.
Head height, body line. And that's the message to Alzarri Joseph from his fielders. And that was head height, body line. He's listening. 186 for 6. Hodge continues. This is a little bit tricky for the batter, isn't it? High quality fast bowling from one end. Hodge from the other, left unorthodox.
Oh, get it! Just one, easy, Craig, easy.
And then you have to factor in the new ball is due in 5.3 overs. So you expect some level of hostility with that new hard ball once it becomes available. So do you try to get a few runs off the spinner? Two slips.
Oh,
It's been tough going for Bangladesh batters.
Bueno, G.
But you have to give credit to the West Indian bowlers. They've all been very disciplined and consistent.
Yes. He was up.
75 overs bowl, 189 for 6.
What's this? What's this?
Still trailed by 261. Change in bowling from the Sandy Robertson. Zari Joseph takes a little break. Athanaze comes in. And that's because 4 overs after this one, the new ball is available. So just to keep the fast bowlers fresh.
Well, I'm not so sure if I use the word fresh. Has been a long, hard grind in searing heat all day for the fast bowlers. But I do take your point. When the new ball is due, it will be taken. And the fast bowlers will give it one last push before close of play today. It has been hard work for them.
Yeah, wicket in the second over in this session. West Indies really hoping for a few more, if not to finish off the innings. Tidy from Athanaze, 190 for 6. Wants two. Yeah, that would have been quite precarious.
Good choice to not go back for the second. He'd have been run out. Once he gets halfway down the track, he'd have been dead.
Really hustling through the overs on the West Indies, trying to get to that 80 over mark quickly. He shortened even an already short run-up. 77 overs, gone 191 for 6.
Has there been a nick on that? Has there been a nick on it? Sounds like it.
Might have been. We'll have to wait to find out.
$192 for 6. Kabem Hodge. Reflect on what we thought might have been an opportunity last over. Yeah, certainly bat on it.
Working on G.
Definitely a chance. As we've seen here, it's a big nick. Bat, glove, in, out, lobbed. Run for Tygel there. Here we go, and it didn't bounce to slip or anywhere else. Athenaeus could have had a wicket. And De Silva apologizes.
Be one more over after this one is completed, where the West Indies will have the second new ball available to them. $195 for 6. Still trailing by 255, Alec Athenaeus, with the new ball available to the West Indies. Second new ball after this over is complete.
One would expect them to take a new ball immediately to try to wrap things up this evening. The question is, would they enforce the follow on if they had a chance to do so?
And Dighton Butler has it in his hand. About left arm seamer in his time, Dighton Butler. He might have thought a middleweight boxer, judging by his posture. Five ODIs and one T20 international for the West Indies, Dighton Butler. Always in the gym, always working out. And he will come on to the field and deliver with new ball. 196 for 6. played in West Indies' first T20 international ever. 2006 in Auckland, New Zealand, in a bowl-out. Ended in a tie, obviously. Super over wasn't a thing then.
Oh, the ball catches the warm, yeah?
Second new ball has been delivered and Kemar Roach has it in his hand. No, a number of people are wondering whether they should give it to their fastest bowler or whether they should give it to the guy who swung the ball. The theory behind this is Alzari and Shamar are the fastest of the group, followed by Jaden Seals. And if you've got Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals in your team, you're trying to give them the best opportunity to swing the ball because, again, the other two can swing it, particularly Joseph, who's the fastest of the group. It'll be interesting to see whether they go to Seals, who I thought has bowled well. Zari has just left the field, hopefully only for a short while. Three slips and a gully for Ali. Directly between that third slip with the helmet on and Kevin Sinclair at a gully position.
Probably didn't carry, but definitely went uppish to start with and just slide through the gap. New ball travels a little bit quicker. 4 runs.
Justin Graves has moved closer in that third slip position, almost in front of Kevin Sinclair. Couple more runs, perhaps. I said bowler's end because Taijul dropped his bat at the striker's end and wasted maybe a second or so in trying to retrieve it to get back for the second.
Correct there, Bish, and if he had probably gone for that, then who knows? Taijul didn't look as if he wanted to, then the bat dropped, and instead of turning to run, he waited to retrieve it. Down the leg side, Kemar doesn't want to be wasting this new one, this new cherry. They have had a long day in the field of West Indies, so there must be a bit of fatigue as a set in and some tired legs, but the big plus looking up now is that if we can get 4 wickets this evening, then we'll have a choice of either enforcing the follow-on if it doesn't pass that score, or it will be under 10 wickets to get in the next 2 days.
I would think that follow-on enforcing it would be unlikely, particularly in the modern game, and particularly, as you said, because they've gone through 80 overs already. But it's just the theory and the workload the bowlers have had. Pitch is still good, but only time will tell. Kevin Sinclair very, very tight in terms of his line to Justin Graves. Two for 6. No ball has been called. Well, Kemar Roach will have to trudge back to the top of his mark one more time as Joshua De Silva and the slip cordon, who were running down the other end, have to reverse.
And that's Kemar thirds for the day. And on these hot days, it's something you want to do none of at all.
Dropped it, sharp chance, and that's why Graves was standing that close. The no ball was almost beneficial to the West Indies and Roach. 203 for 6, 200 up. Perhaps wouldn't have carried had he been standing back in what you'd call an orthodox position. And that's why he's come closer to try to create an opportunity. Standing, obviously, Roach is the slowest of the West Indian quartet, so Graves from early in the day's place allotted himself the helmet. Jaden Seals.
The reaction time with that as well, Ian, will not be a lot because, as you say, it's a lot closer. So you can see Nick wouldn't have carried if he was in the orthodox position. Tried to snatch it up with one hand, end up putting it down, but reaction time, you're gonna either have to catch it because there's not much time to think about it.
Well, he's given himself the chance to do it, so you have to give him credit for that. I don't think you can be critical of him getting up there to try to give them the chance of taking the opportunity.
I remember back in the days, someone like Ian Botham used to do that as well. He used to take a couple of steps up to try to create a chance, and that's what Justin Graves has done. But he's come even closer, hence why he's got the helmet on. So I think it's a big effort on his part.
Seals looking to get some swing. Mikhail Louis has gone back into slip cordon. Where is he? No, he's at mid-on. So Casey Carty's back under the helmet, and he stands, to me, much deeper than Mikhail Louis, who stands, I think, a few feet closer, maybe half a pitch closer, generally.
He's about 3 pitch lengths away, Casey Carty. And to me, I think it's just too far. He's not really there for the bat pad if he's going to stay that far, or for the lob up, because you would have to cover a lot of grounds to get in. I remember the likes of a Gus Logie, Jimmy Adams, just to name a few, who would be pouncing on that, or Roger Harper. They'll be a lot closer, Clayton Lambert, and trying to take it off the bat. But where he is too far.
Looking at the Mehedi dismissal, look at where Mikhail Louis is. He's 2 pitches away, perhaps just 2 pitches away. So it's not a criticism, it's just interesting that both short legs tend to stand, and more than 2 pitches away is Casey Carty. 2 or 3 for 6. Kemar Roach.
I want to give you one in, one out. And watch, you're going to see the result. Be good. Western. Be good there, boys.
Gets it past mid-on. Shamar Joseph does the retrieving. Zari Joseph getting ready to come back onto the field. He's bowled well, he's bowled with aggression. He started off being very consistent yesterday evening, bowling a fuller length, and this morning, and then he switched gears and took on the enforcer rule against Bangladesh's captain, eventually dismissing him. Great courage and great heart from Alzari, great leadership from him and Kemar Roach, who's just been on or around that good length. Super.
That's Kemar at his best. Around the wicket to the left-hander, angling in, hitting the deck, and seaming away. That's a beauty of a delivery. Wrist is all the way behind it. Angle brings it into you, you have to play, and Tijul acknowledge that's a beauty.
Such a good delivery that Justin Graves has said after that ball, I'm taking the helmet off and I'm going back into an orthodox slip position. Tijul has a 39 against the West Indies in 2018 and a 26. He's got 2 first-class half centuries and a top-scoring Test match cricket in the 40s. So, while the overall average isn't special with the bat, he's no mug.
He can hang around and he'll be looking to score and keep the scoreboard ticking, which is what you want to be doing at the lower end. And he's batting with Jacob, who's a recognized batsman in the team. So he's going to try to stay around and play his part, play his role.
Jaka Ali has changed his bat because the one that he came down the track to Roach, I think it hit the bottom of the bat and hence didn't run away for 4. Switched his bat. Very good from Kemar Roach again. 207 for 6. Seals. Nice shot. Confident shot from Taijul Islam.
Can't afford to give him any width. He's not going to be afraid of going after it. And he hit that well. A little bit of width from Seals. And Taijul was onto it. See, he's going for some swing. That one didn't come back in. And he acknowledged that that wasn't where he wanted to be. Taijul took full advantage.
Wondering if Seals could come around the wicket so that it comes back into Taijul Islam. Cramp him for room and get another attacking fielder if he's going to attack the body. Perhaps get another fielder into that leg side. Yeah, leg slip has gone in and Seals opted to come round the wicket. So there's a leg slip, there's a deep short leg. And the bluff went Yorker, attempted Yorker. No doubt a short ball will come at some point in this over if there's a sequence of deliveries available to Taijul.
The key is to try to keep him there. Ball the next 2 or 3 delivers at him. If the short ball doesn't come now, then I would predict it should be the next one after.
He's played that shot a couple of times today with some effect.
Once you give him width, he's going to have a go. A little bit of width. That's a control shot as well from Taijul.
Saw Seals motioning there. What Seals is trying to do is get the line straighter at him, at the body, if he's going with that short ball. He still gave too much width. If nothing happens in terms of wickets, I think Alzari will be back into the attack pretty soon. Straighter line and a bold shot again from Taijul Islam. Gets him free, and that brings up a 50 partnership between these two. Quite impressive. 218 for 6.
Roach sticking around the wicket as he's comfortable doing to the left-hander. Partnership, a good one, 52 in 86. And Taijul has made 22 from that.
And we saw the bowler himself, in this case Kemar Roach, in that 140-run partnership with Justin Graves when the West Indies batted. And so much now of the modern game, the emphasis is on incrementally improving the batting of your lower order players to be able to make a contribution. As I said before, Taijul Islam has scored runs against the West Indies before and has a couple of first-class half-centuries, and you can see why. We might see one or both Josephs into the attack not too long from now, if nothing happened. Chase for Shamar Joseph.
From the moment it left the bat, you could hear Taijul shouting 2-2-2. He knows the importance of rotating the strike and keeping that scoreboard ticking. The trail by 230.
His good composure. Jacker Ali, as we talked about, a half-century in his debut test against South Africa. Flexed his muscle in a T20I with 6 sixes in an innings of 68 against Sri Lanka earlier this year, and showing nice composure. They'll want to take this deep, set themselves incremental goals to go deeper into the innings.
There you see the bowling coach having a chat with Jaden Seals, explaining or asking him about something. Hopefully it will work. He's nodding with approval. It's good to see. Good to see them having a conversation. And also having a little refreshment, because it's very hot out there.
Good work by Alzari Joseph. 220 for 6.
Keep a helmet still, keep a helmet. Push your leg.
It's been a partnership of character. Shamar Joseph into the attack. Jack Ali, in just his second test match, will be very pleased. But Taijul Islam, it's happened a number of times this year where he's played some real steely knocks. Atta Ali Khan was in Chattogram. Love that. He's too experienced, Jaden. That won't get into his head, but you were in Chattogram when he batted 95 balls, Taijul. They were 84 for 8, and him and Mominal fought their way to 159. They lost the test match, but still, it was something to build on for his confidence batting-wise.
Yeah, it's nice to see him putting up a fight, not backing off Taijul Islam. And he's a sort of a player, when he does get an opportunity, especially with the bat, we know what his exploits with the ball. it seems that he would want to go and just bat. Doesn't really back off. He looks to play few shots once he does get set. It looks pretty composed, pretty organized. He's drifting down the leg side. That might just go all the way. We'll have to wait and see. Pulled it off pretty good.
Boundary checking, Giants. Boundary checking.
Looked like he's pulled that back. Very good indeed.
That third slip has gone out. Go to deep third.
And when you speak about his innings, Tajul Islam will also be sending a very strong message in the dressing room. They've already taken the second new ball. It's the 6th over. And it looked pretty comfortable. The likes of Mahmudul Hassan Joy, Zakir Hassan will be looking at what Tajul Islam is trying to do here. He's kept it pretty simple. He's not looking to score runs, but when there is an opportunity, he has taken that and grabbed that with both hands. He's been pretty decent with the defense. Now, what about Zakir Ali? Again, among the runs, only the second test match. Remember, 50 on debut in the second inning of that test match against South Africa. And he's curtailed his natural instinct because he likes to play shots. And that's exactly what Bangladesh needs to see, not just from him, but from the top order.
Nice grounding and nice first-class cricket base coming into his test career. Nice from Bangladesh. They're scoring against this hard new ball. 225 for 6. It's only the 4th time this year Bangladesh have been able to get past 200 in 9 attempts batting in their first innings. So small positive for them as they try to find other guys in that top order to step up with the absences of some key men. Azari Joseph. So double change for the West Indies. So Curtly Ambrose in. Another nice flick. And just to continue, after on Jack Ali, he entered the test team with a first-class average of over 40. So already came in with that base 4 first-class hundreds. Had a few really good NCL seasons, as you would know, but I was reading up on his story. Actually, amazing to see he was studying at BKSP, which is obviously your National Institute. And that's where the dreams of his cricket career were sown, when he saw guys like Litton and Mushfiqur Rahim, who he idolizes, along with Shaki practicing. So far in 2 test matches, he really has looked like he can be the next up in that keeper-batter slot that we've seen Mushfiqur do for decades for this Bangladesh side.
And if he can continue to bat the way he has batted, the kind of promise that he is showing here and also in that first test match, surely he looks the part. Closing in on 3,000 runs in first class. Decent average. That's a lovely shot. He's picked that very quickly. Good piece of fielding in the deep also. Has it gone? Yeah. It was an attempt. I just felt that he might have pulled it off, but it's a lovely pickup shot from Jakir Ali.
He's shown great character against Alzari Joseph, who went with the short ball play a bit earlier, understanding that with the harder new ball coming onto the bat, there's good opportunities to score. He's capitalized.
A short arm jab in control. And he's a busy cricketer, always looking to see where there are gaps, playing with softer hands, and goes off strike after hitting that boundary. This is good batting, good sensible batting.
And just on Jacko, one thing I really liked, Atta, he said the thing that he loved the most about Mushfiqur was his discipline. During the Eid vacation where many will fast, he said he couldn't believe that Mushfiqur was still batting. And Bangladeshi fans will be hoping that he will be the one in the next decade to have fulfilled the potential and also be the next Mushfiqur Rahim, the next Liton Das. Just 26 years old, of course.
He's shown that potential, that promise that you're talking about. And he's batted a different position in first class cricket. He's batted at number 5, 25 innings, where he's averaged 44. At number 6, averaging a little bit more, 47. 20 50s also. Remember, change of angles, round the wicket to the left-hander.
There's a deep backward square for the pull shot. There's also a square leg 3/4 way. Bluffed him. Good from Taijul. And it's been a resilient partnership, this now up to 66. Very reminiscent of what the West Indies did with Kemar Roach and Justin Graves. Time for reflection, time for the Blue Waters drinks break. Yeah, so happy to have you back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as we wind down the day 3. It's been a fascinating one. And Bangladesh will reflect on this batting card and be pleased that guys were able to spend time at the crease at Ali Khan, being 40 for 2 overnight, but no one really able to get deep into the innings and get a big score.
Lytton Das was also well set when he tried to play that pull shot. And then Windies and Mirage survived for a while. It was short pitch delivery. They just couldn't handle the short ones.
Yeah, 2 wickets apiece for Jaden Seals and Alsari Joseph, but well supported by Kima Roach, who's been economical. Shamar Joseph has bowled good through a few spells, and then Justin Graves, 7 overs for 19 runs, along with the 2 spin options in Hodge and Athanaze. Now West Indies will be reflecting on the few chances they could have had. Taijul early in his innings, he was on 9, outside edge found, and then tough chance, really tough chance to get Jakar Ali, but that's why Graves' position at that fly slip has brought that dynamic to this West Indies team ever since the Australia series earlier this year. So 218 behind Bangladesh. They're still fighting on. West Indies may have thought at 166 for 6 they could have wrapped things up quickly, but great resilience and fortitude being shown.
Yeah, when you look at that batting card from Bangladesh, you see that most of them have got the start, apart from the top 2. Mohammed 50. Shahadat also 71 deliveries for his 18 runs. Litun Kumar Das looking good for 40. Mehdi and Mirage 23. So everybody getting a bit of a start. And again, we see the same from Jakar Ali and Taijul Islam. So surely they would have hoped that not one, but maybe 2 of them would have gone on to score a few more. Just like what West Indies did while in batting first. A couple of them picking up 90s, and then Justin Graves going on to pick up his maiden test 100. And it does make such a big difference, doesn't it, Nikhil? To be able to find someone who gets set and then continue to bat for a longer period of time. Yeah, well, this pair is certainly making a good effort.
And of course, it's easy to say from up here, but they will know that the evidence is there. When guys have been able to get the 100s, the 300s this year, they've won the test matches because their bowling attack has improved, continued to accelerate. So the next phase in development, and this is a good start, this 87.3 overs where guys have at least gotten in and sustained that initial period of pressure, built small partnerships. For Phil Simmons and that coaching staff, the next phase will be, how can we get Mominal pushing on to 100, and Lytton Das pushing on to 75, 80. Short delivery. Young Shahadat Hossain again showed signs of batting time.
Yeah, the other thing, well, they need to cope up with the short pitch deliveries. At times, they've struggled. They've lost wickets with short pitch deliveries. Even in the last ball that we see here, he gets in an awkward position. The ball coming into the right-hander, and then it moves away, taken by the keeper. So really don't have to play shots of short pitch deliveries. Oh, that was uppish, but away from that fielder at mid-on. You talk about ducking, you talk about swinging away. The mindset, I think it's all in the mind. How do you prepare yourself knowing that you're coming to the Caribbean expecting short pitch deliveries on surfaces which will help the seamers to give you trouble?
have a question for you actually, but I'm going to wait till the next over to give our viewers something to look forward to. Nice sequence, going short and then looking for that fuller Yorker wicket taking delivery. 2-3-3 for 6. St. John's, Antigua. And over to the left, you'll see the wreck. West Cricket Ground, and something to build on with these small partnerships. And Atta, one thing I was thinking about when you say this Bangladesh team, that will be the next phase, to deal with the shorter delivery. Number of dismissals today going to the short ball, and that plan causing them problems. When you were in your playing days, given that the conditions are so different in places like here in South Africa and the pace-friendly conditions, how did you prepare in Bangladesh at home for a series like this?
Well, I never played Test match cricket, but I did manage to play one day international in that short time that I played for Bangladesh. And when Sir Gordon Greenwich took over as a coach, he was our coach when I played for Bangladesh in the ICC trophy, which is the qualifying rounds of the World Cup. We did manage to go and win the trophy unbeaten. He would make us bat indoors with the bowling machine on. And he would tell us to get prepared to play pull and hook shots. Not only to play pull or hook shots, but also to duck, weave and sway away, to make sure you watch the ball till the very end, and then you practice. At times you, natural instinct, because you play too much white ball cricket, so you're looking to score runs.
Didn't carry to slip.
Yeah, he's saying that he didn't play the shot. He was just being a bit more defensive. There you go. Hint of movement, just dropping short. So the idea was to make sure that the top order, because I ended up opening the batting for Bangladesh, to ensure that you mentally prepare yourself and you can go and play shots once you're set. Once you get your eye in, you know exactly what the ball is doing. Again, straight to the fielder. And then play shots, because you don't have too much time to relax, especially in white ball format, the 50-over format, the list A cricket. But I'm sure that whoever has come as a coach for Bangladesh would be saying the same thing to the players, to how to prepare yourself. Probably asking the bowlers in the nets to bowl from 20 yards, whether the ball can come a little bit quicker, and let's see what you can, whether you will be able to handle that.
Straight through. Very good from Alzari Joseph. They've finally broken through the defenses of the resilient Taijul. West Indies have their 7th.
This over was interesting because he found an outside edge but fell short in the slips cordon. Just kept it shade low and a big gap between the bat and the pad. The ball does the rest. But there's nothing away from Taijul Islam. He played a valiant role, really good role with the bat. 25 and 63 deliveries. He has to go. It's 234 for 7.
Sorry, 2 chocolates. Snickers and Caps. Snickers and Caps, 2 chocolates.
very important role now for Hassan Mahmood. He has batted up the order. India Test Series was the night watch at number 3. So they've trusted him enough in the past to do a job with bat in hand. Just held its line through the gate. Wicket in the over, 3 for Alzarri Joseph, 2, 3, 4 for 7. Jaka Ali, another batter who's faced more than 50 deliveries. Hassan Mahmood has a job to do before the close of play. He will have to keep his concentration after seeing this from the non-striker's end. Wickets have been hard to come by for this West Indies team. The bowling unit have had to work harder given the way the surface has evolved. Got a great new innovation, pitch viz. It's a metric that gives you an indication of how batting friendly a pitch can evolve and become during the 5 days of a test match. So the normal metric, if it's less than 4, the pitch is deemed as flat or easier to bat on. If it's more than 7, that score out of 10 is tough conditions for batting. When the West Indies batted, it was 5.9. Throughout the day, it's gone down to 4.3, so it's getting easier. And for context, I know many of you will be following the Australia-India Test Series, which obviously saw 17 wickets on the first day. On that day, the score of pitch viz was 7.7. So it tells you how difficult the pitch was when the West Indies batted. They did well to get to 450, but also have done well here to get 7 wickets and 5 on day 3.
Just going back on how to, or how would they be preparing themselves against short pitch deliveries. Remember, nowadays Bangladesh have a really good fast bowling attack. We used to rely so much on spin. Now the likes of Nahid Rana in the nets, it's a different proposition to face. Taskin Ahmed, Hassan Mahmood, Shoriful Islam, Ibadat Hussain, Khalid Ahmed. Good, really good from Jaka Ali.
Yeah, and he's had to deal with a bit less swing than the top order Jaka Ali because this second new ball has done a lot less. They will be having a chat with Alzarri Joseph, who's the resident ball picker. And takes on Joseph again. It's been a day of character for Jaka Ali as he gets to his second Test 50. Really been resilient showing from him and a very promising start to his Test career, and that says it all.
Very impressive. Again, a test match 50 for Jackarelli with that boundary in the previous over. And Jackarelli has gotten up back-to-back 50s. The last test inning that he played was against South Africa. We managed to pick up a 50 and now again. There you go. This is what you were talking about. Nikhil, first new ball, 1.4. Average swing, first 10 overs. Second, less than 1%. With the second new ball. Just seems to back away. Hassan Mahmood.
Bangladesh fans, the Tigers fans will be overjoyed at this. Obviously, the job is far from finished, but the way that he has found solutions to a few problems, he would have missed the last test with a concussion in South Africa. So he battled through that period of short bowling and actually took it on and scored against Joseph early in the day. Has had to deal with batters at the other end, leaving him. But he's maintained his focus throughout the innings. He was so good in August. I remember watching him against Pakistan A when he got 174, and that was the knot people felt finally broke open the door for him. So for him to do that then and come into Test match cricket and show the selectors and show people why the selectors have put faith in him, I think he will be quite pleased with his early efforts.
And right away to repay the faith. Let your bat do all the talking. Very impressive. He's swinging at it. Something that Bangladesh will feel good straight away. Jackarelli has gone down to just have a few words with Hassan Mahmood. Hang on. Message would be loud and clear. Get behind the line of the ball. Hang on. Just like what Tajul Islam did. That partnership was 68 between Tajul and Jacke. He's picked that one. Going over the top, so he'll come back for a couple of runs. 242 for 7.
Good knock from Jacarali. Hassan Mahmoud had 38 in his last innings against South Africa. Taskin Ahmed to come with a 75 against Zimbabwe in Test cricket. Shariful Islam, but you have to get through Jacarali first. He's been very, very good. Brave, skillful, and is trying his best to marshal this lower order, as Justin Graves did for the West Indies. Hello, Sir Kirtley.
Hello, Bish. It's a little bit strange, Bish, isn't it?
Looking at Craig Brathwaite and trying to convince him to go for it, Justin Graves. And they've gone for it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Yeah, appears to be there is a gap between bat and ball. Can I confirm with Ultra Edge? Waiting for the Ultra Edge, Kumar. It's coming up now. Yeah, there is a big gap between bat and ball. Satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Stay with your original decision, Kumar. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
All three reviews lost for the West Indies. Fielder out there, but I don't think he'll get anywhere near it, will he? Yes, he does. Good ground covering from Jaden Seals. I wonder if the wind pushing it back as well just held it up. That is a terrific catch. He is stunned, Jacarali.
Look at the celebration. He wasn't on the boundary to start with. Jaden Seals, he had to run back. But I suspect, Bish, that he was held up in the strong breeze. That's why he got to it in the end. It was a brilliant catch. That was good. And look at him like he's saying, now that's a piece of cake.
Jacarali felt he hit it better, but that wind is gusting there. A well-played 53, 2, 4, 6 for 8. Tuscan Ahmed comes to the crease, and now the lower order have to fend for themselves. Highest score of 75 against Zimbabwe back in 2021 in Zimbabwe. And that's a top catch. And he hit it, I thought it's gone. As you rightly said, Jaden Seals was off the boundary, but no doubt hitting it into that wind is a risk.
Covered a lot of ground as well.
Good match so far for Justin Graves. 100 and the wicket, 246 for 8.
Real disrespectful though. Come man, let me keep working, man. Real disrespectful though. Nah. Yes, are you there? You there, you there? Yeah,
Thoughts going through his mind, Craig Brathwaite, about how he can prize out another couple of wickets. The lights come on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Zari Joseph has bowled well. He's picked up 3 wickets so far. His equal best series was against Bangladesh when they came here to the Caribbean back in 2022. I think he picked up 12 wickets. In each innings that he bowled, he picked up a 3 for across the series. His only 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket was against South Africa at Centurion last year.
Certainly has bowled well. That was his first one, easily called by Athanaze, and then that was a brilliant one. And that was the third and final one, breaching the defense. Certainly is deserving of those wickets. Has put in the hard yards into his 23rd over.
Won't get all the way for 4 when they get 3. So if you're a fan of statistics, the follow-on has been avoided. Bangladesh now trail by 199.
Probably coming to the end of another spell, Zari Joseph. Now he chose to go around the wicket for the left-handed Tuscan. I reckon that's sliding down. And of course they have no reviews. But I reckon it's sliding down the leg side. The angle clearly going down the leg side. Good decision by the umpire.
Two 5-1 for 8. Confirmation of it missing leg stump. LBW appeal, confirmation of it missing. More runs for Hassan Mahmood.
Of course, he's saying to bowl a bit shorter. Yeah, look at that. Demonstrating, let him jump and play. I tell you, the fans, they're not easy.
Yeah, the advice for Taskin and for Hassan Mahmood, not from Jimmy Adams, but the thinking should certainly be we've still got to try to eke out every possible run, every possible minute in our occupation of the crease as you head towards the back end of the test match. Should the West Indies get a lead of some sort, and you would imagine they would with 198 behind, being 198 behind, it will be incumbent on the West Indies, if and when that happens, to get in to try to accumulate a substantive total to bowl at Bangladesh in the back end of the match on a pitch that has so far proven tough to run through the batting unit. Good movement there. Good movement. Whether it's an inside edge, we'll find out here now.
Well, good bowling from Justin Graves. Yes, inside edge. The silver wicket keeper couldn't hold on. It wasn't the easiest of catches, mark you.
Taskin lives to fight on. 2-5-3 for 8. Joseph.
Already picked up 3 wickets, Alzawi Joseph. Has bowled well throughout. This is his 36th test match. Only 1 5-wicket haul so far. So with 2 wickets to go, he's probably thinking, can I get these 2 to earn myself another 5-wicket haul?
Welcome boundary again for Bangladesh and Taskin Ahmed.
Full and wide, and was easily dispatched by Taskin Ahmed. Alzawi Joseph probably tiring a little bit. It's been a long, hot day. Into his 24th over. Beautifully bowled. That's the nature of the game. You bowl brilliant deliveries like those without any sort of success. And look at the bounce and carry as well. That's what I spoke about earlier, Bish, from since day one, that even though it's not the quickest of surfaces, and it's a bit dry and very placid now, there's still some movement occasionally.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think the West Indies have acquitted themselves well for 95 overs. They've bowled with great discipline today. The evening session, obviously, has become one where run scoring has become a little bit easier. And it's certainly one of the sessions that on the first day, just listening to Andre Adams this morning, he talked about that final session of day one where things kind of got away from Bangladesh, giving away as many runs as they did. Might have the physio coming out to check on Taskin Ahmed's, or check on his well-being. 257 for 8. Definitely have a concussion check, which has become standard now once the player has been hit on the helmet. Formalities being performed by a member of the medical staff, checking on Taskin Ahmed, taking him through the process.
This is the reason why the medical staff is out there, flush on the helmet. And that's a poor way to play a short delivery. Took his eyes off it from the time the ball hit the surface. He took his eyes off it. And that is not a good way to play short pitch bowling. You have to watch the ball all the way. And then you take evasive action at the last second.
Then I think you see black and blue.
seem to be fine. Is it going to be a replaced helmet or is it going to use the same one? Look at that. Look how early he ducked. Took his eyes off it completely.
Antigua Sailing Week is always a popular time of year and a wonderful experience for those who like to be out on the waters. Water sports, great part of the experience of so many Caribbean territories. April, May is when you can experience Antigua Sailing Week. High scoring session once again. We don't generally go too far past 5 o'clock, maybe about 5:15, because of the fading light and preceding days. Been a good, I wouldn't say audition because he's taking a full role, but exhibition by Justin Graves, isn't it? In the absence of the well-established Jason Holder, at age 32 test matches earlier this year in Australia, to come back in after 10 months, a wicket and 100.
I've always found him to be a decent cricketer. A little bit of a late bloomer, I would say. But when you have someone like a Jason Holder in the lineup, and Justin Graves, they are similar in what they do and what they bring to the team. So because of Jason Holder's presence, it was always difficult for Justin Graves to get into the lineup.
Has it carried? I think it has. That is brilliant again. Speaking of the man himself, Justin Graves, perhaps with his second wicket. The umpires are going to discuss about it carrying. I'm sure it will go to the television umpire.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for fair catch. I have checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Show me the angle for the catch, please. Okay, no problem. Yeah, still waiting for the angle. Do you have anything else to show? Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay, waiting for another angle from the front or from the side. Yeah, roll it frame by frame. Do you have a zoomer on this one? Okay, waiting for the zoomer now. Yes, nice and slow, frame by frame. Yeah, roll it back one more time. Roll it back one more time, please.
You know if they give that out, right?
Yeah, roll it back, roll it back. Now roll forward, frame by frame.
What?
Yeah, frame by frame, please. Yeah, yeah, appears to be that the ball is going straight into the hand. Do you have anything else to show? Okay, so now roll it one more time. Yeah. Yeah, now frame by frame. Yeah, please roll it. Yeah, one more frame, one more. Yeah, I can see the ball is going straight into the hand. Fingers are under the ball. I'm ready to make my decision. My decision for the big screen.
Should be given is given, and this is currently the best bowling figures for Justin Graves in the limited number of test matches that he's played.
He's having a wonderful game, Justin Graves. Mahmood is gone for 8. Bangladesh, 257 for 9.
West Indies have been dutiful with the ball. They face some stubborn resistance from several Bangladeshi players. Liton Das, Mominul Haq, Jakar Ali. But in the face of all of that, there's been some resolute batting initially and now bowling from the West Indies. Just for me, I'll throw this out there. If Justin Graves' form continues, we'll come back to it. Good catch from Athanaze to get the hands low. He swung the ball, he seamed it all day in arid conditions. That'll slide away for 4.
It was a good delivery. Pitched and left him slightly. And you can't look beyond that beauty. There's a wonderful catch from Alec Athanaze. The ball was dying on him. It was good enough to get his fingers onto it and took a wonderful catch. And look what he meant to all of them.
I'll say this now, if his batting form continues, he should be in the West Indies ODI squad coming up, because you've got a top order batter. He may not play in the 11, but who can bowl effective overs. That's just my thought. 261 for 9.
Lots of batters getting starts, as was previously mentioned, but none of them carrying on. And in test match cricket, you want batters to convert those starts into centuries and big centuries, not to be. Yeah, just landing in front of Joshua Da Silva. This has been really good stuff from the West Indies. Likes a battle, doesn't he, Alzari? Having a word with Taskin. Very ambitious with that one. And on the edge, falling short. Perhaps telling him that he too can bowl fast, Taskin. Hello, Cuddy.
A bit of fast bowling aggro. Good to see. Taskin knows it on the helmet, so he's not going to be that keen to get in line at this time of the evening. And Alzaro wants to knock him over. Just a slight bit of banter.
Yeah, nothing that you're unfamiliar with, Cuddy. Again, a bit of a word. Tasking, sending him back to the top of his mark. Yeah, the fans are really soaking this in. This is what they like to see. Some good entertainment.
Umpire getting involved slightly just to tell them to get on with it. But it has certainly brought the fans alive with the clapping, a bit of cheering. Good test this for umpire. Good test for Taskin and also for Alzari. Will he try to knock him over now?
Alzari, the homeboy, of course. And again, will fall safely, will it? Yes, it does. It could have gone anywhere. Taskin survives. And he'll stare at him again and have a chat again. He wants him to have a strike. That's what Alzari is saying. Go back the other end. And no ball, is it? No, he's just having a signal, just talking to Taskin, just to maintain his composure. Yeah, following the batters, targeting the body line bowling.
Well, both batters are showing the stumps, and those fans, they are very happy. They're clapping, cheering, they're here every day. Those ladies really enjoying it. Both Shariful and Taskin exposing all the stumps to Alzari. He doesn't seem to be interested in the stumps at the moment. Following the batters.
Fast bowler's mentality. There's just ball one at the stumps, Alzari. They're moving away quite early. Perhaps he's setting up for that delivery. The last one might be the one. And that's on target. But he's aroused the interest levels here. They're looking at their countrymen, those from Antigua, in the stands, and they're just sapping up the action. Now you can see the smiles on their faces. This is what they want to see. He's enlivened those who are here. He goes in the opposite direction now. Shariful. 262 for 9. Everyone's smiling. Well, not everyone. Most of them. But certainly they're switched on. Most wickets falling in a session in this test match. This one, Graves continues. Taskin gets the single. 98 runs now scored in this session. The most in any session for Bangladesh, but they've lost the most wickets as well. And just looking to wrap things up
that Royal Talks and he ain't bowling nowhere close to fast enough to bowl them balls.
Graves has a chance of getting 3-4. He's got 2 for 28 from 10. And his maiden test 100 as well. So what a game he's having.
In there, almost just out of the reach of Alzari Joseph, out of his grasp. Justin Graves with a career best so far, looking to add to that.
Looking to target the stumps. Thought Alzari got there. In the end, it wasn't to be.
Lots of chatter out in the middle as well from the West Indians. Edged and over his head. So it's been quite frenetic the last couple overs or so. A fortuitous boundary for Taskin.
Well, the crowd has been enjoying it. Taskin is enjoying himself. With that 4, the lead comes down to 182 for the West Indies. And there's coach Phil Simmons looking very somber. Captain Mehedi as well. And Taskin just having a go. Thick outside edge, 4 runs.
And Jaden Seals also in with the chatter after that shot in the last delivery. So a few more of the West Indians having a go at Taskin and Shariful. It's around this time of the day that he's called into action with the light meter. Dayton Butler. He gets the single. One delivery remaining in the over. Will we see that battle continue with Joseph and Taskin?
One thing I must say though, the umpires have been consistent at this time of the evening with the light meters. We'll be interested to see if they will allow the seamers to continue or if Craig Bradley will have to go for spin.
.269 for 9. Yesterday, play was called at 5:18 due to bad light, and keep mentioning this time of the year in these parts, the sun sets a little bit earlier. First time that we're having test match cricket at this time of the year in the West Indies.
I tell you, your kids home safe, you have nothing to be scared about. That's a big man.
And the light meter being utilized just to check the luminosity to ensure that it is safe for play to continue. It's around this time and a few minutes later that we usually go off because of the fading light. What happens though usually before that is the option is given to Craig Brathwaite or the fielding captain, whoever it may be, to utilize spin for a couple overs. I just wonder if this light would require that at the moment. Alzari is at the top of his mark. More smiles from the umpire. Seems to be that the batters are making their way off. So they aren't too satisfied with the reading. Yeah, the feeding light again at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. And this is the way the sessions went. 1 wicket followed by 2, and then the most productive for the West Indies, 4 of them. 104 runs they conceded though, but all in all, a very commendable effort from the West Indian bowlers on what has been quite placid and trying conditions. They'll put their feet up later tonight and refresh and rejuvenate themselves. Lots more work to be done in this test match. 1 wicket here and 10 wickets in the second innings. If they are to win this first test, lots of work for Bangladesh. This partnership, last wicket partnership with 12. Taskin and Shariful will look to frustrate them for a bit more tomorrow morning. A mean-looking Alzari. Another 3-wicket haul for him against Bangladesh. And a couple wickets to Justin Graves, who just continues to add to his resume, following up his wonderful batting performance. Yeah, they put in a good shift today, the West Indians, with the ball. And they'll get a much required rest when they get back to the hotel a little bit later on. Lots of starts, as you can see there: 15, 50, 18, 40, 23, 53, 25. So just one batter able to get to a half century, Jaka Ali, but the others, Mominul also had one, so that's 2 of them. But the others, and even them, would rue the opportunities that they missed out on in what has been good batting conditions. Yeah, these partnerships here, nothing of real significance. The West Indians, when they batted, had a couple 140-run partnership, which set up their first innings. No 100-run partnership in this innings.
And this is the bowling for the West Indies. Roach 15, Seals 17, Alzari Joseph 25, and Shamar Joseph 17, and Justin Graves 11. A long toil for the West Indies, 9 wickets to show for it. Alzari 3 for 69, Graves with 2 for 34, bowled pretty well, along with Jaden Seals. Roach as well with his 15 overs. Bangladesh still trail by 181.
Yeah, they were sent in, the West Indies. They got to 450 for 9, century for Graves, his maiden test ton. And then Bangladesh, they've put in some good fight during the course of this innings, managed to get to 269. 1 wicket still in hand, but they are trailing by 181 runs. Let's go pitch side now then with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Got Alzari Joseph. Alzari 3 wickets today, and as a team, 229 runs and 7 wickets taken. Put that into context for us, given how you felt the pitch played.
I think it was a bit slow today, but I think all in all we bowled well as a unit. I mean, we still have a lead of 181, so tomorrow we're just going to try and come and get that wicket as quick as we can and put a score on the board.
And your 3 wickets during the day, how did your bowling plan evolve based on the surface?
I mean, we have our plans for each batter, so we target them differently. I wouldn't necessarily get too deep inside of how we try to target these players, but I'm pretty sure you can see how we target each player.
Which wicket pleased you the most?
I think the first one. You know, the setup was pretty good, so I think all in all the plan worked.
As leader of this bowling attack, Alzari, first of all, how have you embraced that role across formats?
I mean, we still have Kemar Roach in the dressing room. That's you know, a legend in his own right of West Indies cricket. So I wouldn't necessarily say I'm the only leader of this attack, but we have a good unit. You know, I guess it comes with maturity, understanding of the game. So for me, it's about sharing what I can share and improving every day.
And is there anything on reflection, I know it's just happened, but anything on reflection you feel your seam attack could have done a bit better today?
Probably stayed a bit more patient after lunch, but I think after the water break we came back a bit better.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. All the best.
Thank you.
25 overs for Alzarri Joseph. This is where things stand. 450 for 9, playing 269 for 9, still trailing by 181 runs. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have some analysis of the day's play.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, at the conclusion of day 3 of this first test, Bangladesh have moved to 269 for 9, having started the day on 40 for 2. That batsman getting a number of starts, a couple of half centuries, Mominul getting to 50, then getting out. Jaka Ali with 53, he got out. 25 to Taijul, 40 to Litton Das. No one kicking on any further or allowed to. 98 overs work in the heat so far in the innings for the West Indies, with Alzarri Joseph leading the pack in terms of wicket taking, 3 for 69, 2 wickets for Seals and a couple for Justin Graves, who continues to impress. West Indies got to 450 for 9 on the back of Graves' maiden test 100, and Bangladesh still trailing by 181. Thank you very much for spending some time with us. And this usually is a fast bowling chat. I'm not sure why Atar Ali Khan thinks he's a fast bowler, but he's amongst Curtly Ambrose and, of course, the bowling coach for the West Indies, James Franklin, is here. Thank you very much, James, for jogging across. Let me just start with you and work my way down the batting order. This day for the West Indies, how do you sum it up?
A good day. I think overall 7 for 230 in the day off round about 80 overs. A real lion-hearted performance. The pitch is fairly docile, and I think we saw through the day that our lads were able to extract something out of the pitch at various stages, and particularly Alzari. I think Alzari's efforts today really mixing it up between a controlled length and then also aggression. We saw that aggressive spell, particularly against Miraz, where it eventuated with his wicket. I thought he was awesome and nicely complemented by the rest of the bowlers, and even Greavesy there on the back of his maiden Test 100 yesterday to come in and play that role of sort of that holding role, but then also understand that when the wicket's there and the ball is moving around, he can still, create opportunities, and we saw that right at the back end of the day, getting a couple of wickets for us. So a really solid performance from our lads.
Terrific commentary. I want to jump to you, Atta, to take us through some of the wickets that we saw falling and your thoughts on how things went.
Well, you said it at the start when you look at the scorecard that there were starts and they did not continue to go and play a really big innings. And they were tested because of the way they bowled, in the areas that they bowled at. Beautifully bowled on that occasion to have the Shah Hassan poking at that one from Kemar Roach, because he had a few one closer in as well. Well, moment luck, the head falling over and then the bat gets stuck behind the pad. The reason for that is because the bowler started to attack the stump, so it was key to bowl stump to stump. Maybe not too short to play that kind of over. He was well set on 14, Litun Kumar Das. I thought he could have played a better shot. Again, a disappointing one. This was well planned, as we heard from the bowling coach, pitching him them short and making sure it comes now to the body. Difficult because they are not homegrown on pitches which shows that kind of a bounce and also the kind of movement that we see. I thought Alzari was brilliant. He bowled at a good line, but probably that kept a little bit low. But Taijul did play his part with the bat. Yeah, I don't know whether Jackie should have attempted to play that shot, but what about that catch? That was simply brilliant. I mean, he was in a state of shock. He went down the wicket. I mean, no need for him to do that because he'd already picked up 50 in 2 consecutive innings that he's played in the 2 test matches, but terrific catch in the deep.
Yeah, especially on a day where the bowlers have worked so hard, and then a good catch by Alec Athanase off the bowling of the said Justin Graves, who is having an outstanding return to test match cricket. So it just concurs with all that James has said, and we've talked about that all day. Curtly, I want to come to you now, and we talked a little bit about Justin, we heard a little bit about Alzari. Jaden Seals, not just about the catch, but the way that he is bowled from yesterday when we saw no deliveries hitting the stumps to today, where the length looked a bit fuller.
That's exactly what it's all about, making adjustments. And that was very impressive for the young man. Probably must have looked at some replays and realized he needed to be a little bit fuller, targeting the stumps a bit more. And those percentages will tell you that he made the adjustments, which simply means he's learning.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy, lovely swing bowler, and we saw that perfected with the dismissal of Muminul Haq. Once the ball started swinging, he came back and he was full. James, you talk a little bit about Jaden Seals for us, still a very young man making his way in the game.
Yeah, exactly. He's had a wonderful start to his test career, and I mean, he's new to me in terms of working with him. I think the last white ball series that we had against England or in Sri Lanka even before that, about a month ago, was the first time that I've worked with Jaden. But super impressed. He's got super skills. He's got that natural sort of athletic body, power, great wrist, gets that ball moving around, and just hits really good lengths, good areas. And Curtly's talking about getting that length right. We actually spoke a little bit about bowling to Mominal particularly. He's a little bit shorter in stature, and we just felt as though we were a little bit short to him, so we made that adjustment particularly after lunch today, and that resulted in that beautiful classic right arm swinging bowler's dismissal of getting him out LBW. So Jaden's just at the start of things, and you know, really looking forward to seeing how he develops through the years to come.
All right, you know myself and Kirtley, unlike you, James, we don't want to talk about fullness of length. We want to talk about shortness of length.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you look at a particular dismissal today with Alzari Joseph and the way he used the ball into the pitch, Mehedi Hassan, you run us through this.
Yeah, well, it's funny you should say that, Bish. I was actually thinking of you boys up in the comm box, thinking that you'd be enjoying watching this. Look, again, it was a slight change of tactic, really. I mean, I think building up to Mires coming out to the wicket would sustain a good line of length for the majority of the innings, and we just felt as though there was a period of play here where one of the lads, and we're probably all pointing towards Alzari, one of the lads could come in and bowl a really aggressive spell and test Mires out, and it proved to be the case. I think we ruffled him up a little bit before the lunch break, and then came back out afterwards. Alzari started with the ball and resolved that wicket. It might have been the tea break rather. So just a nice little plan that, you know, it came together, and yeah, dare I say it, if we get the opportunity to bowl for a win sort of in the next couple of days, and we get Maris to the crease, he might be welcome with that sort of tactic pretty early.
I want to pick your brain, actually. Do those plans emanate only from the analysts, from the captain, or from the bowling group? Because there are a number of spectators around this place here offering a lot of information and planning on how you should go about this.
Well, again, I think it's everyone having their input on it, and I mean, it's wonderful to see. I think we know with the Caribbean fans, with the crowds, they get really excited with seeing that sort of bowling. Yep. And it's great. I mean, it's a throwback to your guys' days with the memories of times gone by, and Alzari certainly, you know, delivered that today, and hopefully we can get a few more of those sort of dismissals, not only in this Test match, but even heading into Jamaica next week.
And I want you to know that you can chime in, James, because I'm going to go to Atta and then to Kirtley on something we talked a little bit about, Atta, with Mikhail Louis and Alec Afanese not being able to get to that hurdle yet, and we've talked ad infinitum about Bangladeshi batsmen getting starts, getting 50s, not necessarily kicking on apart from the senior guys, something you reflected on today as well.
Yes, I mean, it is important. I mean, if you want to survive and put up a fight, you would want to see batters, especially the top order, to go and get set and then play longer, take it deeper. Look at how Jackarelli right at the bottom of the order, and also Tajul Islam put up a fight, Momin Luck picking up a 50. I think what I'd like to see them is to cope up with short pitch deliveries a little bit better. You really don't want to see them trying to play each and every delivery, because you can also duck underneath it and sway away. We didn't see that quite often from the batters. I think that is something that the coaching staff, Phil Simmons and others would be speaking to the boys. Second innings, fine. You tried a better effort, has to be from the second innings. That's the sign of what I'd like to see from the top order, to be able to handle the short pitch delivery, because they're going to come at you. We've already heard from him, not in the second innings, but also in the Jamaican Test match. So you better prepare yourself mentally, physically, and ensure that you're well prepared when you go there in the middle to face the first ball.
Because, James, we were talking, and Sir Kirtley, we were talking earlier this morning for both of you about a young kid, someone like Yashasvi Jaiswal that we talked about, 4 Test match hundreds, but they're daddy hundreds. They're not 105, 110, they're 160, 170, 200 plus when you get in certain conditions.
Well, of course, that's what I like to see with younger players, because what I find over the years, once you get to a landmark, let's say 100, you figure the job is over. So then you get loose and you're dismissed. My notion is, when it gets in, you cash in. Take as much as you can.
You always said that when we played, cash in.
Cash in, because this game is a funny game. You could be in good form today, and then for the rest of the series, you get nothing. So you have to cash in when you get the opportunity. And that was very good with his players, especially someone like Justin Graves. First 100, he made sure he didn't slip up like Alec Afanese and Mikhail Louis.
Who will learn from their experience. James, just your thoughts on that, and how much rest when the West Indies get that final wicket in these conditions, they perhaps will need to come back in that fourth innings again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just going back to the I guess from a West Indies point of view, the couple of lads that got the 90s yesterday, you know, they'll learn a lot from that. You know, it's never a nice feeling getting out in the 90s. So I'm sure when they get the opportunity again to bat either in this test match or future test matches and they get near that massive milestone of achieving 100, I'm pretty sure they'll make sure that they get across that hurdle. I think as far as this game's concerned, first of all, we've got to try and take care of business tomorrow morning and get this last Bangladesh wicket in the first innings, and then obviously try and get a bigger lead in as quickly as we can, because I think we've seen on this pitch we're going to need some time if we're going to try and bowl for a win, and we'll probably have to bowl at some stage tomorrow, at the back end of tomorrow. So I think it's really important, you know, we try and get this wicket quickly as we can. We try and build in a substantial lead as quickly as we can so we can give ourselves time to get those 10 wickets in the second innings and ultimately try and win a test match.
So is that ice baths tonight and the massage table?
Oh yeah, the massage therapist, the physio, the ice baths, they'll be very busy tonight.
Not least in you, who ran across the ground and probably going to run back now, get those
I might
hamstrings
just get a little bit of treatment myself.
Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it, James, for coming with us. You can leave your mic with Ambi. Thank you very much to the West Indies bowling coach, Ambi, and Atta will stay with us. And just to go back to Jaka Ali again, Mominul got a half century. Litton got 40. Jaka Ali, consecutive half centuries, as you said.
Gutsy. I mean, if you look at his innings under pressure, knowing that he had to do something special with the bat, once again producing the goods, back-to-back 50s, first against South Africa, then the other here. But as we discussed earlier, you should never be satisfied, as Curtly Ambrose pointed out, never be satisfied with 50. You've got to make sure you're thinking about the triple figure, a special mark.
Especially in these conditions.
In these conditions. And when you're set, you've got to handle yourself better. You've got to handle yourself, think about, just continue to bat through, just like Justin Graves. I think that is the key for Bangladesh to do better the second time around in the second innings.
All right, Jaka Ali, new to international cricket generally, very new to Test cricket, so he's another young man that will learn, 26 years of age. Finally, Ambi, looking forward, just quickly casting your mind to tomorrow. Alzari Joseph wanted a piece of those last two batters there tonight. He has to cool down and come back tomorrow.
Yes, he certainly wanted a piece. He was in that kind of mode, you know, that aggressive mode. But it's going to be very, very important that they get that last wicket as quickly as possible. It's a placid surface, so they're going to need enough time to get 10 wickets. So the quicker you get that final wicket, and then you got to score quick enough to get a substantial lead and then put them back in sometime late tomorrow afternoon. You need enough time to bowl them out.
Yes, and the Bangladesh bowlers will be hoping that they can have their say at some point tomorrow. Thank you very much, Atta. Thank you very much, Sir Curtly. Well, what a wonderfully engrossing third day of this test match, first test match as the sun goes down here in beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. We've thoroughly enjoyed it, and just a reflection on how things have gone over 3 days of the test match, with the West Indies declaring on 450 for 9. The innings underlying it was Justin Graves 115, a couple of 90s for Mikhail Louis and Alec Afanese, and then Bangladesh 269 for 9. Jaka Ali and Mominul getting half centuries. Alzari Joseph with another 3 for and a couple of wickets for Graves and Seals. The deficit 181, and so the fourth day's play will be interesting. We'll be live on air at 9:45 a.m. local time with a view to starting play 15 minutes later, weather permitting. Day 4 should be another fascinating one. We hope that you've enjoyed that sight and enjoyed the cricket here today, and we look forward to your company tomorrow. So from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, bye for now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That is unbelievable. Dominance continues in the Caribbean.
Highlights on day 3 saw Bangladesh resuming play on 40 for 2. Mominul Haq, a few resilient strokes through the offside, but his partner Shahadat Hossain nicked off by Kemar Roach. They continue to press on the West Indies. A nice partnership built though between Liton Das and Monomul, the two senior batters in this Bangladesh side. Liton took on the short ball well at first as Mominul went to his 50 and second 50 in 2024 away from home, but then he was dismissed quickly after. A good low catch taken. Jaden Seals angling the ball into the pad, and Liton Das fell short. 10 runs of his 50. Already has 2 in the Caribbean. Jaka Ali and Mahdi Hassan Miraz, the captain, formed another partnership which frustrated the West Indies, but the short ball ploy from Alzari Joseph eventually got Mahdi. Wouldn't get Jaka Ali though, because he took on the short ball with character, and Taijut Islam gained some inspiration watching from the other end. Another annoying partnership for the West Indies to deal with, but credit to Bangladesh. 6 batters facing more than 50 balls before Taijul completed his job, was bowled, a ball that held its line, and Jaka Ali got to his half-century, second in Test match cricket in 2 Test matches, before he came down the track, looking to push the game on, and was taken phenomenally by Jaden Seals. And Hassan Mahmood followed quickly after a skillful piece of bowling from Justin Graves. It ends the day on 269 for 9. Bangladesh still trailing by 181 runs.
Shema, and Webb. Yes, yes, yes.